And a very pleasant good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the campus of Brevard College, Savannah Hill, for the Brevard College Ride Canuga Mountain Bike Race Weekend. We are in the middle of short track men's A competition. And according to our live feed, Tyler Orschel in first place out of Brevard College, Tyler Clark in second, Andrew Strohmeyer of Lees-McRae College in third, Owen Clark fourth, and Philip Ford fifth, and Tyler Miranda of BC sixth. So BC first, second, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Lees-McRae in the third slot along with the 7 spot as well. Ryan Johnson of Brevard College in 8th place. Joined by Brevard College alumnus Carson Beckett, who's going to provide us with expert analysis throughout this race. What are you seeing so far, Carson, from the short track men's A competition?
Yeah, it's good. The course definitely it lends itself to a little bit of group racing, but honestly, there's not a ton that you can do tactically. It's essentially one big climb and one traversing descent, and the woods are pretty slick and pretty technical. So, right now we have 2 Brevard College guys, Tyler Orschel and Clark, that moved on to the front.
Brevard College Ride Canuga Mountain Bike Race Weekend. We are in the middle of short track men's A competition.
And they may be able to work together a little bit down here where it's flat. But,
according to our live feed, Tyler Orschel in first place out of Brevard College, 7 laps complete. We're expecting Andrew Strohmeyer of Lees-McRae College 30-minute approximate competition, and Tyler Orschel in first place, Tyler Clark in second. BC Those 2 racers just came from the World Championships in Italy. These just got back to the States earlier this week, and those 2 raced together on Team Canada, raced together for Brevard College alumnus for several years now, and Carson Beckett, who's going to provide us with expert analysis throughout this race. What are you seeing so far, Carson, from the short track men's A competition?
I think this is his first year league world champs. Got 58th the there. Course, from what I understand, definitely he was up into the top 40 after lends itself to a little bit of group racing. And then, but honestly, there's not a ton that you can do tactically. It's group essentially and, one big climb. Like you said, these guys know each other and one traverse. Been racing together as well as on the collegiate scene for quite a few years now.
Orschel in first place, Clark in second, both out of Brevard College. Third place, Lees-McRae College's Andrew Brevard College Ride Canuga plays Owen Race Weekend. We are in the middle of short younger brother, a freshman here at Brevard College, and also part of that Team Canada team at the Mountain Bike Worlds.
And Owen's
according to our live feed, Tyler Orschel in first place out of Brevard College. 7 laps complete. We're expecting Andrew Strohmeyer of Lees-McRae College 30-minute approximate competition, and Tyler Orschel in first place, Tyler Clark in second. BC. Those 2 racers just came from the World Championships in Italy. These just got back to the States earlier this week, and those 2, Philip raced together on Team Canada, raced together for Brevard College alumnus for several years now. Carson Beckett is going to provide us with expert analysis throughout this race. What are you seeing so far, Carson, from the short track men's A competition? In 7th.
Yeah, it's good. Got 58th there.
Miranda come around the corner there.
Up into the top 40. After lends itself to a little bit of group racing. But honestly, there's not a ton road-specific tactics drafting and group work. Essentially one big climb. Like you said, these guys know each other. And one traverse. Been racing together as well as on the collegiate scene for quite a few years now. Just because you have a group and you have
Orschel in first place, Clark in second, both out of Brevard College. Third place, Lees-McRae College's Andrew Brevard College Ride Canuga plays Owen Race Weekend. We are in the middle of short younger brother, a freshman here at Brevard College, and also part of that Team Canada team at the Mountain Bike Worlds. For the leaders, Tyler Orschel continues to our live feed. Tyler slight lead over Tyler Clark in first place, 1-2 out of Brevard College. 7 laps complete. We're expecting Andrew Strohmeyer for this Michael Steiner, Lees-McRae in sixth competition, and Tyler Orschel in first place. Tyler Clark in second. Those 2 racers came from the out of Milligan Ethan Sanchez these just got back to the States earlier this week and spotted those two, Philip raced together on Team Canada, raced together for Brevard College alumnus several years now. South Carson Beckett going to provide us with X-ray analysis throughout this race. What are you seeing so far, Carson, from the short track men's A competition? Stocker in 7th.
Yeah, it's good. 58 there.
Miranda coming around the corner there.
Up into the top 40. Yeah, he lends itself to a little bit of group racing, but honestly, the road knowledge, road-specific tactics, were essentially one big line.
Yeah, so lap traffic, is that something to contend with when you're trying to win a race?
Yeah, definitely. And especially
Orshel in first place, Clark in second, goes down to Brevard College.
Effect at the top, so there's always, a little bit of a funnel into the single track, so it goes from wide and open and pretty open for passing to a single track where it's one rider wide. So right now that might not be an issue, but as we get closer to the end of the race, they're not going to want to get caught behind somebody and then get into the woods and basically have a natural gap between the guy in front of them. So
see Tyler Miranda and Michael Stocker of Lees McRae coming by the start-finish location. Start line is at one spot, finish line at the other. Can you kind of explain to us how that works, Carson?
Yeah, excuse me. Often they'll want to start these races that have allow for plenty of wiggle room at the start and passing, and sort of give them a run in to get settled in. And then the finish we have a bit higher up at a different timing chip, so it won't change too much, but it will change their tactics. They're going to have to essentially plan on finishing on an uphill versus finishing at the bottom, so they can maybe afford to let someone in front of them knowing they have one more climb to finish off the lap than what they started with.
As we continue to turn laps here in shorts track men's A, Tyler Orshel in first place, Tyler Clark in second. That's Brevard College 1-2. Lees McRae College's Andrew Strohmeyer in third place. Owen Clark in fourth. Tyler Miranda in fifth. So Tyler Miranda's been on the move a little bit. Michael Stocker in sixth place. Philip Ford of Brevard College in seventh. Ryan Johnson of BC in eighth. And Ethan Sanchez of Milligan in ninth.
Yeah, it's great to see. It's great to have everybody back here. It's been a while since we've had, at least not in my years, we've had an event actually on campus. So it's great to see, and it's great to bring everybody to the physical campus. And yeah, Lees McRae always packs a really strong team. Milligan as well, and then SCAD. The SCADs in Piedmont will pack in a couple super strong riders every year. So the Southeast Series is definitely strong.
National championships in Durango, Colorado in the month of October. So certainly this is a precursor to that. And, most collegiate programs, that's what their end goal is.
Yeah, they'll definitely be targeting Nats. And, they can kind of get a feel for the racing as the season goes. But at the same time, all these races matter if you're a freshman or a, kind of an early year racer, because you're also vying within the team to earn a spot. They can only take 5, 6, 7 athletes. So, they do want to beat their teammates too, to an extent, and be able to secure an ad spot for later in October.
While we're watching the short track men's A competition, viewers just got to look also to the starting gate of the dual slalom. That'll happen later today, but they've been practicing all morning on that dual slalom course.
Yeah, these guys will, for a lot of them, the dual slalom guys, this is kind of their main event and what they're targeting. This plus downhill, so the more runs the better, because it sort of becomes muscle memory and they can kind of feel the course out, how it changes. And yeah, the more time on these turns, the more technically kind of dialed in you can get it. So they'll probably spend most of their time here. But yeah, it looks like Orshel and Clark coming back through and getting into some more tail end of this group.
Yeah, some lap traffic for the two leaders, Orshel and Clark, but widening their gap as Strohmeyer comes across here in third place.
Strohmeyer looks like he is sort of in no man's land right now in between the two. He'd obviously love to get onto the front of that group, but right now he's kind of stuck in that hard spot.
Well, lap traffic could be Strohmeyer's friend in that situation where he could perhaps reel in Clark and Orschel a bit, but Clark and Orschel seem to continue to control this race thus far. Now 11 laps in, we're expecting a 14-lap completed race here.
Yeah, they've picked it up too. The averages have definitely come down into the lower 2 minutes versus like 2:15s like at the beginning. So those guys are pushing the pace for sure. And yeah, I'm sure they'll be testing each other in the last few laps here.
Tyler Miranda, Michael Stocker, Philip Ford coming by the start-finish area. So viewers are seeing the front side of Savannah Hill and, you know, this part of the course, but the course dips into a very wooded area, a bunch of switchbacks, that kind of thing. I know you've ridden back there a little bit, Carson.
Yeah, we used to have weekly practices out here, and we would play around with the courses and change it a bit and get in some weekly practice. There's actually a surprising amount of trail in the woods back there that you can play with. And what they have are some pretty tight switchbacks, so, you know, really high speed into really tight, basically 180 corners. And so those are going to be pretty greasy this time. It's pretty shaded in there, so those will be kind of slick. You know, and if that's an advantage or disadvantage that you can kind of take advantage, you know, you can use, that's kind of going to be a key spot. So, yeah, they've got some tight stuff in there, and it's a pretty dynamic course. It's a really good course. Most short tracks you want around 2 minutes, and this one's got a significant hill and then technical as well. So, yeah, it's super well laid out.
Orschel and Clark coming across the start-finish area. Once again, 1-2. Andrew Strohmeyer of Lees-McRae College, number 3. Here's fourth place, Owen Clark at the moment. Also a Brevard College rider.
Yeah, those two, Owen and Andrew, are kind of in third and fourth, but basically equidistant from each other, so that'll be kind of tricky. And then they both got a pretty significant gap back to the group of 5, 6, 7.
So Orschel, Clark, Strohmeyer, Owen Clark as the next set of riders come through. Tyler Miranda with an edge over Michael Stocker and Philip Ford. So the 5, 6, 7 riders in a little bit of a pack of their own.
Yeah, and those guys have kind of the 1-2 punch over the Lees-McRae riders, so they can kind of use that to their advantage. But again, it's with a big, you know, a significant hill and a downhill with some technical woods. There's not going to be a ton you can really do with a teammate, other than just trying to position yourself. So
Ryan Johnson followed by Ethan Sanchez, 8th and 9th place respectively.
Yeah, they're getting down to the last 2 laps, and that's where, you know, they're definitely going to be feeling it. They've kind of had this high pace the whole time. It's been almost 20, I guess, plus minutes, but you know, they're coming down to the last lap or 2 where no matter how you're feeling, everyone's got a pretty good punch. So that's where it looks like Orschel's trying to put in a dig here to avoid a sprint. You know, Clark's a bigger guy, so that may be something he wants to avoid, but yeah, they're going to be pushing it the last lap here.
Yeah, it should be interesting as we come close to the finish here. Orschel and Clark 1-2, those 2 Brevard College teammates and also members of Team Canada.
Yeah, they're on a quick pace for sure, and they're getting into the meat of the group. I don't think there's too many left on course that haven't been pulled, so they're making their way through it pretty quick. Looks like only 10 maybe or 9 left on course actually.
So coming down the home stretch here, Carson, Orschel and Clark.
Yeah, I think they should have 1.5 laps left, or this could be the last half, because like I said, the timing chip's a bit farther up. So this is this will be the last push. It looks like Orschel's kind of distanced himself now off the front.
So Tyler Orschel in the driver's seat as we near the conclusion of short track men's A competition. Senior from Brevard College, a lot of success throughout his career, including a lot of racing in Europe, World Cup circuits and World Championships.
Yeah, and that's all super good experience. He's got a lot of experience in his legs too, and also just the confidence coming from that big of a scene down to the collegiate level. So yeah, it looks like on the start and the last lap they only have 9 on course now. So we went from a pretty big group of 20 plus to 9 that have made the last lap. Looks like they are finished. They finished up on that lap. So Tyler Orschel took it total with a 28-minute, 23 seconds. And then 5 seconds back was Tyler Clark. And then bigger significant gap to Strohmeyer and Owen, finishing up 36 seconds and 58 seconds behind. So
yeah, so congratulations, Tyler Orschel, winner of short track men's A. Tyler Clark in second, Andrew Strohmeyer third, Owen Clark and Tyler Miranda round out the top 5.
Maybe we lied. I guess they were on their half lap.
Okay, so
but
now we're in that final lap, correct, Carson?
Yeah, it looks like that's the case. I think we're off by 1 with the separate timing chips. But yeah, I mean the gap's the same. They've held that same position. So looks like he's going to be wrapping it up now. And a pretty good battle for just outside of top 3 with Tyler Miranda, Michael Stalker, and Philip Ford. So
yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that. You know, that 5, 6, 7 positions at the moment. But Orschel really made a couple laps back, kind of made that one push to, as you forecasted, to get ahead of Clark before it came down to that final lap.
Yeah, definitely. You know, and it depends what people perceive their strengths as. If they feel like you're someone with a bit of a bigger engine, but not as much like snap, we would say, you may push it 3-4 laps out and just try to like make it one long harder effort. But like for instance, me and Orschel, I know as well, have got a really good short punch. So you know, we'll always target that last lap if we feel confident in it. We should be seeing, looks like Stalker just in front of Tyler Miranda. So they'll be going up the hill for the last 30 seconds left in this race.
And Philip Ford just behind those two riders. So final push here for that 5th place spot.
Yeah, this was going to be tight for sure. Last sprint up the road. Stalker, I don't know. Yeah, it looks like Michael Stalker took that position over Tyler Miranda.
So podium now set for short track men's A. Tyler Orschel in first place, Tyler Clark in second. So 1-2 goes to Brevard College. Andrew Strohmeyer in third out of Lees McRae. Owen Clark in fourth from Brevard College. And in a tight race for 5th place, Michael Stocker from Lees McRae ends up in 5th. Tyler Miranda 6th. Philip Ford 7th.
Yeah, this is a tough track with essentially a 1 minute climb up to the top every time. So it's pretty full gas every lap. It's just about figuring out how much energy you can expend over the course of nearly 30 minutes. So it's pretty full on because these guys are used to racing over an hour typically, but the short tracks are really condensed and really high intensity.
So next up will be short track women's A competition, as making sure the course is clear from short track men's A. A lot of logistics go into hosting one of these events, correct, Carson?
Yeah, definitely. From a timing perspective, you've got six events, on the endurance side each day for each endurance event, and something similar for the dual slalom. So timing and fitting in practice too. And a lot of these guys are racing what we call omnium. So they'll do, both endurance events, both downhill events. So they're racing 4 events in a weekend. And if you have a team relay, that's 5 even. So, those guys have to fit in practice, and they're racing all these events and kind of getting pretty worn down. So from an athlete perspective, you got to keep that in mind. And then also just, hosting it and having the space and the timing down for the events, and just managing the race, trying to make it clean. It's definitely tricky.
Well, the race weekend began yesterday at Ride Canoga, a outstanding facility, a bike park up in Hendersonville, North Carolina, and we'll be bringing you those results, reporting on those, and we'll have some podiums after the short track competition this morning for yesterday's action as well. And men's collegiate A, Tyler Orschel, who we just saw win men's short track A here, he won men's cross country A yesterday. Actually, top 5 all go to Brevard College Tornadoes. Orschel, Tyler Miranda, Tyler Clark, 1, 2, 3. Philip Ford 4th, and Owen Clark 5th. Andrew Strohmeyer, who we saw in action here in the short track race as well, finished 6th. Ryan Johnson 7th. What a great start for those riders on Saturday in cross country.
Yeah, definitely. And those guys, looks like they all finished within 4 seconds, the top 5. So I'm not sure if it was just that tight or what was going on. But, tight race, all 5. That's awesome to see, and they know Canoga really well. They know the course there, so that definitely plays to their advantage. And Canoga's a phenomenal location. Nico Mullally, local World Cup downhiller, helped to build and design those, so they've got plenty of options. And those guys know it well. That course was also like one big climb, about 8 minutes, and then a 3-minute downhill. So again, pretty specific with tactics. You got to be in the right spot at the right time.
Women's cross country A yesterday at Ride Canoga. The winner came from Milligan, Margie Bemis. Sierra Sims out of University of Tennessee finished second. Zoe Ekman of Lees-McRae finished third. Madison Rails of Lees-McRae fourth. And Erica Leonard of Brevard College fifth. So women's side also getting it done yesterday in cross country A.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lees-McRae has a super stellar, women's program always. So it's great to see, Brevard and Lees-McRae and Milligan as well typically go pretty technically. They have a pretty good battle between the three schools, always packing some really good competition.
Continue to bring you the results from yesterday's competition at Ride Canoga. Let's take a look at men's collegiate B, where Cameron Locklear of Lees-McRae finished first. Levi Cole, a rider from James Brothers Bikes, finished second. Also, he's out of Auburn, Alabama. Auburn's club team here as well. Dylan Richardson of Brevard College finished third. Hunter Root of University of South Carolina fourth, and out of Florida, Tyler Ostroff finished fifth.
Yeah, a lot of these guys, it's great to see. They'll come in and do a C and B category and figure things out and get their legs under them. And eventually, even by the end of it, a lot of them will move up into the A's as they figure out and get comfortable with the collegiate scene. So it's cool to have everything from, beginners to the guys like winning the A's today that have been in world champs recently. So you've got a big range, and it's great to see.
Women's collegiate B yesterday, Heidi Martin of Lees-McRae with the win. Katie Prohl from Auburn in second place. Kennesaw State's had Madison Wall in third. Women's collegiate C, Lily Derry of Warren Wilson finishing first. So, another local college program here in the Western North Carolina region. Good to see Lily from Warren Wilson with that win. In second, Isabel Weinberg of Lees-McRae. And then Warren Wilson also took third place. Josie Funderburk finishing third in women's collegiate C. Men's collegiate B yesterday from Ride Canoga. Cameron Locklear of Lees-McRae. We talked about those results earlier. And then men's collegiate C yesterday at Ride Canoga. Zach Zients of Warren Wilson with the win. Will Davidson of Truett McConnell finishes second, and Sam Rideout of Piedmont finishes third. So that's the cross country, the endurance action from yesterday at Ride Canoga. There was also downhill competition, but in the meantime, back here at Savannah Hill on the campus of Brevard College, we are nearing the start of women's A short track. So do riders get the opportunity to, take a couple practice laps and get the course, a bit of an understanding of it before the actual start of these races?
Yeah, normally they'll have especially for short track, they'll have a built-in 5-10 minute window where they can get a few laps in after the races and check it out. So it looks like that's what they're doing now, and then they'll get after it here soon.
A few more results from earlier today. We brought you the short track men's A action. Short track men's B, Hunter Root took the win out of South Carolina. Cameron Locklear of Lees-McRae College finished second. Dylan Richardson of Brevard College finished third. Levi Cole finished fourth, and Zach Zients of Warren Wilson finished fifth. So good showing by the men's B category in short track earlier this morning.
Yeah, definitely. And also with what the results don't show is there's plenty of these guys and girls that I know that are, maybe phenomenal road athletes. And they're just doing mountain biking too on the side. So, given a different scene, basically, some of these athletes may perform totally different, but they're just trying to expand their quiver, so to speak, and get different experiences. But yeah, there's some phenomenal road athletes here who have been racing pro level criteriums all summer, and it's great to see.
announcement. 8 minutes away from women's A short track. So, Carson, back to the results from this morning. Short track men's C, Sam Rideout of Piedmont, Chaligan Strickland of Kennesaw State, and Will Davidson of Truett McConnell. 1, 2, 3. Matthew Zaniga, the highest tornado, finishing 4th in short track men's C. We're awaiting the start of short track women's A, less than 8 minutes away from that one. Short track women's B, Heidi Martin with the win there. Madison Wall of Kennesaw State finishes 2nd. Madison Wyatt of Truett McConnell finishes 3rd. In short track women's C, Isabel Weinberg of Lees McRae finishes 1st. Lily Derry of Warren Wilson finishes 2nd, and Josie Funderburk of Warren Wilson finishes 3rd. Great point about the road racers who might be getting a little extra work here and having some fun on the mountain bikes. Also, cyclocross season not too far away.
Yeah, and that's also true. A lot of these, there's probably a few athletes in here that are targeting the cyclocross season, so that typically starts late August, really September, October. So with the peak of their season through the winter, they're going to utilize these races to get in shape and get their legs under them, get some good experiences and some technical work. So the results on the sheet don't always tell it. Every athlete's kind of in their own part of the big picture. And one thing also to note is, like, for the women that may start at 8 a.m. or so, the course could be totally different. Fortunately, it's been super nice weather here, but, they could have a super slick, nasty course, and then it could dry out a few hours later, and the men could have a dry one or vice versa. So that's always been an issue at the World Cup level with junior women, say, will start 7, 8 a.m., and then men are at 4, and the courses are totally different. So it's something to consider.
Well, we're nearing the start of women's A short track, also targeted for approximately 30 minutes. And following the women's short track, women's A, we'll have a number of podium ceremonies where we reward the top riders from both yesterday at Ride Canoga and also today at Brevard College. So be sure after the short track women's A competition, riders who are here on site, be sure to gather around here to our broadcast location for the podiums.
Yeah, a lot of these women too are really strong road racers, and that could be their main target. But they get some really good technical work out here, and and it's interesting too in these events. You kind of see who's who, and it sort of evens the playing field. Like, if you're not maybe considered the strongest, you may have really good technical work that makes up for it, and vice versa. If you're really strong but don't have good technical work, you'll suffer on that front. So it evens it out, and it makes for really interesting races when you have a big variety of athletes here.
You mentioned the road racers. A lot of racers spending a lot of time in gravel competition as well. Certainly a big story around here at Brevard College.
Yeah, gravel on the social media front and the bike industry front has been a really big push recently. It seems like it's sort of a more playful avenue for the professional road racers to go to, and the mountain bikers like it because it's a little different from racing mountain bikes, but it is not full road. It kind of suits their abilities as far as technical aspects. And the gravel's been huge. It's really exploded because they're really inclusive events. You've got everything from first-time racers to guys that have raced in the Tour de France and are coming back for gravel. So it's cool to see, and Brevard is surrounded by some phenomenal gravel routes and roads, for instance. So it's great to see the team kind of developing in that aspect.
Well, nearing the start of short track women's A. Several Brevard College riders in this one. Carmen Torino Holson, Hannah Dixon. See Hannah, the Brevard, North Carolina native at the start line there. Nina Machnowski, Erica Leonard, the Brevard College racers ready to go here at Short Track Women's A. Gabriela Vitas-Berry, Lauren Lopez, Madison Rails, Riley Gallagher, and Zoe Ekman of Lees McCrae. Genevieve Plum, Gracie Pendleton, and Margie Bemis, along with Meade Plum of Milligan and Emma Frost of Piedmont.
So they'll have an adjusted, just kind of an adjusted lap count based on how quick they're doing these laps. And it sounds like they're going to be going for 11 total. So they've kind of pre-estimated that to keep it within range. And yeah, so, you know, it goes both ways, like less laps, less wiggle room. You know, each lap counts a little more. So, and with these, I would argue that the women's field has bigger groups of teams in it than the men's. Looks like, you know, 3, 4, 5, 6, Lees McCrae and Brevard and Milligan as well, so they can almost make this a bit more tactical.
Yeah, final instructions to the riders from Brevard College cycling head coach Brad Purley, also taking on the role of, you know, pretty much race director for this one, along with Cypress Gorey of the Brevard College coaching staff. A lot of man hours being put in and handling this race, both at Ride Canuga yesterday and today here at Savannah Hill on the campus of Brevard College. All right, just moments away, making sure the course is ready and about to get started here. Short track women's A action. And they are off. Hannah Dixon with a jump there at the line. How important is the first lap in these short track competitions?
Yeah, honestly, it's pretty heavily weighted. Like the first lap, when you have, you know, a funnel effect like I was talking about with the single track at the top, like if you're not in those first 5 wheels, that'll string out really fast. So you might all be together at the top, but when that strings out through the single track and you get back down here to the bottom, by the time it opens up, you're, you know, 5 riders back, which equates to, it could be 20 yards. And if you have to keep making that gap up every time at the top, you're wasting a bit of energy. So yeah, they'll be pushing pretty hard the first lap and the second lap to get up front and to make that front group selection.
Women's short track A underway here at Savannah Hill on the campus of Brevard College. Following this race, once again, we will have podium announcements and ceremonies here at the broadcast location as dual slalom practice continues. These dual slalom racers, I mean, you just try to get as many practice runs as you can in while you can, Carson?
Yeah, these guys, like if it's these guys and girls that may be targeting this event only today, and that could be their only event. So, yeah, the more time on track, the better. Just really hammering in the details of the corners and how they work. And, you know, if you've got 6, 7, 8, 9 runs on this track versus like only a couple, you're going to be really familiar with the way it rides and the way it feels, and then you can build speed from there. So yeah, they'll want to do as much practice as they can essentially, and then take a little break and get ready for the mains, because you don't want to come in too fried. You know, if you're racing slalom, you're going to be expecting to be quite a few rounds through, and you gotta battle each person twice. So, you know, they do 1 lap on each side of the track. There's a red and a blue lane. So you don't want to be super tired. You know, if you're going to the finals, you may have 4 times 2. You may have 8 more runs that you've got to do at full speed. Hannah Dixon leading the first lap with a pretty big group and kind of broken up a bit. and Hannah Dixon pushing the pace.
The riders completed first lap of short track women's A.
So looks like Bemis from Milligan, Dixon from Brevard College, then Erica Leonard and Sierra Sims. Pretty tight group there.
Yeah, Margie Bemis from Milligan with that lead at the end of lap number 1. Hannah Dixon, Erica Leonard, Sierra Sims, Madison Rails, Elise McCrae, Zoe Ekman of Elise McCrae, Genevieve Plum of Milligan. That's your top 7 riders here in short track women's A.
It'll be interesting to see how that group kind of unfolds with, 2 Brevard College riders and 1 Milligan rider. May see a bit of tactics if they can all kind of stick together. May make things pretty interesting.
Well, I do want to thank our sponsors. Several of whom contributed to make this special event happen. Of course, Ride Cayuga, where yesterday's racing occurred. Dodd RV. I want to thank them for the timing and scoring systems. Sully Steamers. Make sure to check out Sully's in downtown Brevard for delicious, healthy steamed bagel.
Looks like Margie on the front now, really pushing it, and Dixon and Leonard following with Sims in fourth. And those riders, they're just like the men's group. They all know each other pretty well, and they know each other's strengths. So looks like a bit of a group forming up front.
Madison Rail, Zoe Ekman, 5th, 6th, coming by the start-finish area.
I believe Margie is the sister of Madeline, so Madeline went to Milligan as well, and a really strong road racer. She also was great on the mountain bike. But yeah, I think she's primarily focusing on road right now. So there's some really good family dynamic there.
Want to thank all the Brevard College cycling team sponsors: Wahoo Fitness, Landscape Design Company, Gulo Composites, Sully Steamers, Sycamore Cycles, M&M Labs, Dodd RV. Special thanks to Dodd RV for the timing and scoring systems today. North Carolina Cyclocross NCCX, their season just around the corner. iDream Foundation and Brevard Insurance. Thank you for all those sponsors of Brevard College cycling.
Yeah, the team's definitely exciting to see how it's grown in connection with the community and the relationships and the sponsors they've picked up. It makes a huge difference as far as putting on a team and affording the travel and et cetera. So, it's exciting. It's exciting for them. And also, like you mentioned, NCCX, having that ride down the road is definitely a benefit to the team, and having a race promoter and a lot of opportunities to race in the fall and cross. I think there's 11 races within the state. So.
And Wahoo, the naming rights of the Wahoo Fitness Center, which used to be pretty much just a storage room for the cycling team, and now is a full-out fitness center using those Wahoo systems.
Yeah, it's fair to say that that bike room has changed a lot since I've been there. Now it is fully decked in Wahoo brand stuff. They've got, so basically on a rainy, crappy day, they can go in there, get on a trainer, and they've got TVs in there, and they can ride inside on the trainer, knock out a workout, and everything's set up for them. It's an awesome facility now, and it's just gonna help them.
Looks like Bemis and Sims now 1-2 here in short track women's A. Hannah Dixon and Erica Leonard of Brevard College both in that front pack as well, that front four.
Yeah, pretty tight group. Top three especially. And the thing with short tracks is you don't really settle in because it is so short. It's under 30 minutes typically, but there is sort of a mid-race lull. So if you can hang on and force yourself to be able to stay with that front group, typically when you hit the midsection of laps 5, 6, 7, 8, of an 11-lap race, it'll slow down and the leaders kind of have that chance to catch their breath a bit, whereas the rest of the group's kind of still churning away. So it pays off to stick up to the front if you can stick with it for 3-4 laps. Definitely some good weather for them too. It could be scorching hot, but fortunately with the little microclimate we have here on Brevard, it's especially this week, we've had some really good fall weather, so almost cold this morning, mid-50s, and so I'm sure they're loving it. A bit break from the summer heat.
And Carson, I know you make your home here in the Brevard area. It's a really ideal spot for, cycling year-round.
Yeah, absolutely. I graduated in the spring of 2020 and moved off campus, and I'm 10, 15 minutes outside of town and up on a little mountain, and it's, I love it. I've enjoyed my time at school here and just fell in love with the area, and that's what brought me here too, and that's why I stick around. So, just enjoying it for sure. It's like a dream here.
And catch us up a little bit, Carson, what you've done post-graduation and what you're looking at later this season.
Yeah, so post-grad, I'm really been developing my coaching platform. I work with Set Coaching, and, I have a platform basically to coach athletes. I have a variety of, some guys that are retired and want to target some big gravel events, and then I've got everything from 15-year-old kids targeting nationals and NICA. So it's really good. I graduated with an exercise science degree, so I'm kind of putting that to use now, and I enjoy the application of it and the freedom of it. It's a bit creative, and you get to work with tons of variety of people towards their goals. So doing that and chasing professional racing myself still. So it's been good. It's been a good year, and I've enjoyed kind of shifting out into the out of the school realm.
Well, it's worth noting too, for the Brevard College team and for many of these collegiate racers, this is the first collegiate competition post-pandemic. Last year was completely wiped off the boards, and I know in the professional ranks as well, a lot of things were postponed and canceled, but things really coming back. Fast and furious here, no pun intended, in the cycling world.
Yeah, definitely. And depending on what some of these athletes do outside of collegiate, they may not have raced in over a year or so. I'd say that's unlikely. I'm sure they found some local stuff, but it's been tricky for sure. Fortunately, with mountain biking, it's a sport you can kind of do, and cycling in general, you can kind of do that on your own. As far as staying distance from people and stuff when things were tricky, it's have the opportunity to go out and still put your training in. But as far as race events and the camaraderie in that aspect, it's been a while. So this is the first full season for us.
Yeah, the SECCC competition, the schedule will continue on. Next week, the Tornadoes will be at East Tennessee State University, Lindsey Wilson College, the weekend of September 25th and 26th. The SECCC Championship will be held up in Banner Elk at Lees McRae on October 2nd and 3rd. And as we previewed a little bit earlier, October 14th through the 17th, the USA Cycling Collegiate Mountain Bike National Championships in Durango, Colorado. So great to see the intercollegiate scene back at it after a long hiatus.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Nationals is tricky. You've got a favorite of both sides of the country as far as travel logistics, but the past few years we've had 3, this will be maybe the 4th Nationals at elevation. So for schools like this, these kids can't take 2 weeks, 14 plus days to go out and acclimate and get ready for it. So they're coming straight from school and going to 7,000 feet. Last year it was 8 or 9. And that's hard. I mean, if you live out there at Fort Lewis, for example, you're in that every day. But so it's tricky in my opinion. It's kind of not a good showcase of what each school's capable of and each athlete's whenever you plug in a Nationals at 9,000 feet. But so that'll be a challenge, but it's great to have it back on the scene.
Well, from the Tornadoes' perspective, 6 riders went to the Mountain Bike World Championships in the Italian Alps. So, perhaps some of that, altitude work while over in Europe can help matters.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the more experience you get going to and from altitude, the easier it gets. So a lot of the elite girls and guys will have a bit of an easier time getting acclimated up to elevation. So.
Yeah, those 6 Tornadoes, Owen Clark, Tyler Orschel, Rachel Pajot, and Cole Punchard, all for Team Canada, and for Team USA, Maisie Hayden. Meanwhile, short track women's A action continuing to clock off laps here. Margie Bemis of Milligan and Sierra Sims of University of Tennessee won 2. Erica Leonard and Hannah Dixon of Brevard College 3-4.
Yeah, things are starting to settle in. They've got, they're over halfway now, so looks like Sims and Bemis are off the front. Sims kind of caught up in some lap traffic now, and looks like Margie's kind of making a push, taking advantage of that. And then Erica Leonard kind of off the back here in 3rd and 4th with Dixon, so.
Yeah, Sims caught up in a little bit of lap traffic there. Easy to identify Sims in that orange and white uniform, looking like the Volunteers football uniforms.
Yeah, she's an amazing rider. She's been, I remember when I was at school, a lot of people come with a plethora of teammates and resources and funding, and she's always, I won't say done it solo, but done it with pretty minimal support from UT, and she's always done great and made it happen. So I'm excited for her, and it's cool to see someone put it together like that kind of solo.
It's kind of a fascinating part of collegiate cycling, whereby the varsity programs that are funded by the colleges and university are the small schools. Brevard included, and several of these schools with enrollment under 1,000 students, but with full-fledged, fully funded varsity cycling programs, while the big state universities provide club programs. Yeah,
there's very few large schools that do support it. The Alabamas and the UTs and the Georgias of the nation, they're super heavy in the ball sports, and most of the time those sports or those schools, cycling's just a club sport, so pretty minimal funding and support, which is interesting. I guess it's just a kind of a result of what the school identifies with and supports and is really plugged into. But yeah, most of the elite level schools are going to be the smaller ones. Brevard, Fort Lewis, CMU, some of those others out in Colorado are the same way.
Women's short track A competition continuing here at Savannah Hill at Brevard College. Great day weather-wise for folks to come on out here on the campus of Brevard College and enjoy this collegiate mountain bike competition.
Looks like heading out on the 8th, Margie has sort of expanded that gap between Sims, maybe took advantage of traffic and pushed it, so that gap kind of opening up now.
Margie Bemis of Milligan in first place, Sierra Sims in second. Here's Erica Leonard of Brevard College coming across the start-finish area. So Leonard sits in third place.
Yeah, Erica's got loads of experience. She used to race internationally a couple years ago with the Canadian national program as well, and took a couple years kind of off and just sorting things out, and I'm fairly certain this is her first weekend racing mountain bikes again in a couple years. So, yeah, she's not, I mean, she's only going to get more comfortable and get her legs back under her.
Hannah Dixon of Brevard College, the Brevard, North Carolina local product coming across. She's in fourth place. Zoe Ekman in fifth out of Lees McRae. Senior season for Hannah Dixon, the Brevard, North Carolina local.
Yeah, Hannah and her father, Wes, have been super big advocates of cycling and really developed the sport here in the community. I mean, even since I've been here for 4 or 5 years, you know, they've always been supportive of the program and the team, and it's been great to have their involvement over the years.
Yeah, be sure to check out Sycamore Cycles while you're down here in the Transylvania County area.
Yep, new location downtown. So Brevard's blowing up. It's getting big. It's cool to see. We've got, you know, Gulow's brand new wheel company manufacturing right here out of Brevard, and in addition to Sycamore adding some places and some new bike shops, it's you know, it is a haven. So unique to see, and definitely glad to be part of it.
Well, we're about 8 laps through in this one, short track women's A competition, as Bemis of Milligan continues to hold her lead, followed by Sierra Sims of University of Tennessee. As short tracks women's A continues to turn laps here. For the riders and spectators here in attendance, a podium ceremony and announcements will take place following this race.
Yeah, the women's race is really split up now, so they're definitely, you know, they're putting down some really solid lap times. Looks like we've got maybe 11, 12 on course now. So it's kind of thinned out. And typically they follow the 80% rule, or in that's national level, but collegiate may be more of just if you're kind of getting caught by the leaders, they pull you off the course on that lap, just to keep things smooth and keep it open for the flow of the race. So that's why you may see racers start but not finish on the lead lap.
Margie Bemis of Milligan in first place, Sierra Sims of Tennessee in second, Erica Leonard in third, Hannah Dixon in fourth. Leonard and Dixon out of Brevard College. Nina McNowski coming across the start-finish area. She's currently in seventh place.
And even though it is early and you were talking about nationals being the peak, you know, one thing you get into is these schools, if their rider can lead the conference, like if they can start accumulating points early in the year at these events, it really pays off 5-6 races down the line as you get to nationals, because if you can lead the conference in points, you go to nationals with a front row start automatically. So like for the women and the men, whoever leads the SEC based on gaining points all year from like events like this, you know, that could be the difference in a front row start, and who knows, 6-7 rows, 40 people back. So yeah, every point can end up making a difference. If you can pass someone now, it may pay off 2 months from now in October at nationals, for those trying to lead the conference. Coming down to it, looks like it's about to start their last lap with Margie off the front.
Margie Bemis continues to lead short track women's A. Bemis also won yesterday's cross country women's A at Ride Canuga, and Sarah Sims, who's currently in second, finished second in that one as well. So kind of holding to form in terms of these endurance riders.
These weekends are really good practice too, in the form of if you are an Omnium event racer where you're doing 4 or 5 events, just to be familiar with like the sort of nonstop action that you have to be accustomed to by the time you get to nationals. You know, you've got to fit in practices, changing gear, changing bikes, full events, and you know, you've got to juggle all that with a schedule. So they're also going to be mindful of that as they, you know, go through these race weekends here in the Southeast.
Nina McNowski coming across once again for Brevard College. Once again, Margie Bemis in first place here at Short Track Women's A, leading Sierra Sims, Erica Leonard, and Hannah Dixon. Madison Rails rounds out the top 5.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to finish up here on this lap now, and I think there's only 7 on course, I want to say. So pretty condensed group now. That just goes to show the pace that these girls at the front were pushing. You know, definitely fast enough to thin out the group by the end of the race.
Well, the 2 Lees-McRae College riders, Madison Rails and Zoe Ekman, trying to reel in Hannah Dixon, fighting for that 4th spot.
Yeah, in every position matters, like we were talking about, is just if you can pass someone, and it's, you know, you may not think it's a big deal, but if you can pass someone right now and that's 5 more points, you know, a month from now when you're going into the last few races and you're in the chance have the chance to win the conference maybe, and you have those points or don't have those points, it could be, you know, the difference in a front row spot at nationals, which is huge. You know, at nationals everyone's there, and if you can get that front row spot, that's going to make a big difference, because after that it's just essentially alternating by school, and you don't know if you'll end up in 13th starting position or 50th.
So final minutes here of short track women's A competition. Lead riders on the back side of the course currently, where there's a number of switchbacks in the wooded area of Savannah Hill.
Yep, they have. So they've kind of solidified their positions a bit now with Margie up front and Sierra in second and Erica in third and Hannah in fourth. They're all sort of split equal from each other.
Erica Leonard coming around the start-finish area there, the sophomore from Ontario.
Yeah, big Canadian presence at Brevard, and since my time of being here, we've had half a dozen or so Canadian athletes between Tyler Orschel, Tyler Clark, Owen, now Cole, Erica, and some others. So there's been a big Canadian prevalence, and also, you know, in my time we had 5, 6, 7 athletes from Michigan and Wisconsin as well coming up from up north.
Well, the Dixon Rails Ekman battle for 4, 5, and 6 seems to be heating up a little bit as those two Lees McRae riders continue to try to chase down Dixon, but Dixon doing a nice job holding them off.
So it looks like we've got the results now finishing up. Margie with a 37-second lead over Sierra, and then another 19 seconds back to Erica Leonard. So that's your top 3.
All right, so women's A short track, Margie Bemis, first place, Sierra Sims, second, Erica Leonard, third. As the short track women's A begins to wind down here.
This is great location-wise too for everybody, because you can watch a lot of events all in one spot. You've got the short track rolling around while the dual slalom is literally in the middle of it. So some great viewing perspective here.
I need my timing chip. Did I come to the right place?
So short track women's A. Yeah, we believe it's come to its conclusion. Margie Bemis, 28 minutes, 49 seconds complete.
Yeah, it looks like they finished with 6 total. So finished with 6, started with 22, so the women at the front were definitely not waiting around. And that's the thing with a short track. You don't want to give more people the opportunity to mix it up at the front. So if you push the pace early, you can really string it out, which is kind of what you want if you're looking to win. You know, you don't want to keep the pace slow enough where, you know, you may have some other athletes that are able to hang in there and mix it up. So that's typically why they go out so hard, even though there's not, you know, it's a 28, 30-minute race. So it looks like they really strung it out.
Yeah, Bemis with a 37-second advantage to take the win. Another successful short track race here at Savannah Hill, campus of Brevard College. Bemis, Sims, Leonard, Dixon, Rails, Ekman, Mchnowski, your top 7. So Carson, a exciting morning of racing here at Savannah Hill on the campus of Brevard College. Dual slalom coming up next. That's been highly anticipated. A lot of riders here just for that have been popping over here to the broadcast location, itching to get ready to go on that dual slalom course, and that'll be coming up beginning at approximately 12:30. Yep. And meantime, once again, a lot of exciting racing. Most recently, short track women's A, Margie Bemis of Milligan taking the win. Sierra Sims second, Erica Leonard third, Hannah Dixon fourth. Earlier today, short track men's C, Sam Rideout of Piedmont, the winner there. Short track men's B, Hunter Root of South Carolina with the win. Short track men's A, we brought you that action. Tyler Orschel of Brevard College with the win. Tyler Clark second, Andrew Strohmeyer third out of Lees McRae. Owen Clark took 4th place. And then women's B short track, Heidi Martin of Lees McRae with the win. Short track women's C, Isabel Weinberg of Lees McRae takes the victory. So short track competition in the books here at Brevard College. And Carson, really appreciate you joining us for that action. When we come back, we'll be bringing you some podium looks as well as the dual slalom competition. So hang with us as we bring you this message from Brevard College.
I'm definitely feeling more confident now than I was as a freshman. I've taken jumps in my academic career, and I've taken jumps in just socializing and getting out and getting to do things I've never done before.
The thing that brought me to Brevard is the experiential learning. I've always been a hands-on guy.
I love it here at Brevard. Over Christmas break, I was itching to come back because I love the area so much.
Experiential learning here is beyond all of my expectations. It has really blown me away with projects that are fun and exciting and all the outdoor activities that we've done.
My financial aid process was very smooth. My freshman year, I came in worry-free, which was amazing because it allowed me to focus on my academics and focus on finding my place here at Brevard.
In Brevard, there's all kinds of things to do, whether it be go up into downtown and look at all the shops, or go up to any of the national forests and hike, camp, anything like that. And that's what I'm into, the hiking, camping, backpacking, the biking.
There's a lot to do outside. It's probably one of the prettiest places on the earth. And to come to somewhere where it's such a tight-knit community, where everybody has your back, I mean, you're not going to find that anywhere else at bigger schools.
I like to go hang out at the coffee shop, sit outside at the picnic tables, maybe do a little bit of homework there, and just socialize because there's always somebody that I know there.
Brevard does make it easy to come here. The admission process is very simple.
Scholarship day, I came and they had everything figured out for me, and I sat down with the advisor and it was super simple.
I love the faculty. I love the staff. I love the experiential education. So many things speak to me. It screams my home away from home. It's just a great feeling to be on campus, which is why I've decided this is where I'm going to be, this is where I want to graduate, this is where I want my degree to come from.
The Brevard College Wilderness Leadership and Experiential Education program is the most distinctive in the nation. I think one of the reasons why is because it is so focused on experiential education in addition to the outdoor education component. They are developing their leadership skills out in the field with each other.
My internship was on schooner Lynx. She's a 122-foot topsail schooner. She's a replica of an 1812 privateer. My job on Lynx this summer was a deckhand, and because of the skills that I've learned at Brevard College, such as program planning and lesson planning and different techniques to teaching to different ages and different types of people, I was promoted to the job of educator. This summer, my professor, John Buford, knew that I'd be at sea quite a bit, and he really worked with me. And when I would come into port, I would call him, he would always answer. He was really quick to respond with my emails, and not just to say I got your email, but he would talk about what was going on and ask me questions. And it was really cool to have somebody like that to support me for the summer and really help me succeed.
You should come to Brevard College in the Wilderness Leadership and Experiential Education program because you will become a leader, a strong, ethical leader. And that can be applied to any field, anywhere you go, whatever you do in your professional career. And it'll be a whole lot of fun as you learn those skills.
Anybody who is interested in leadership skills and outdoor skills should definitely think about Brevard. It's an incredible place and a great place to be a part of.
Before I got to Brevard College, I didn't know what experiential learning even was. we have all the rivers, Pisgah National Forest, DuPont State Forest, just all the resources are around us. So the location is why environmental studies is so great here.
With experiential learning, it's not always field-based. We do quite a few things in the lab as well, so you get opportunities to do hands-on research in the lab. But whenever possible, when you can get outdoors and see what's actually happening, it's different based on the conditions that are outdoors, and you can never predict those. So a day that it's raining and cold, you're going to see different activity levels among the animals and plants than if it's a day that's sunny and warm. The courses that I teach are all based in the outdoors. My specialty is biodiversity, so I teach a course in biodiversity, but I also teach courses that are unique to the area that are called Plants and Animals of the Southern Appalachians. Here at Brevard College, one of the things that we do really well is interact with these students who are undergraduates in a way that prepares them for graduate programs. That's what we can do at Brevard College. We can get these students who are interested in a particular area, help them find a path that is tying together their interest with what our background, the backgrounds of the professors can do, and then position that student in a way that few undergraduates can be positioned to go on to a graduate program or to go directly into the field.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can head towards the broadcast location, the blue Brevard College cycling tent. We are moments away from podium announcements and ceremonies. We'll be doing all the podiums from yesterday's action at Ride Canuga, beginning with cross-country podiums, followed by downhill, and then we'll also handle the short track podiums from earlier today here at Brevard College. So if you were a podium finisher yesterday at Ride Canuga, whether in cross-country or downhill, please report to the Brevard College cycling tent and broadcast location. And if you were a podium finisher this morning in any of the short track competitions, be sure to report here to the Brevard College cycling tent and broadcast location. We'll get going with the podiums in just a matter of moments here. So once again, all riders who earned a podium finish either yesterday at Ride Canuga, cross-country and downhill competition, or this morning in short track, please report to the broadcast location here at the Brevard College cycling tent. We'll start with yesterday's cross-country podiums from Ride Canuga, followed by Saturday's downhill podiums, and then we'll finish up with the short track podiums from this morning. So head on over here to the broadcast location. We'll get started in just a matter of moments. All right, just moments away from podiums from yesterday at Ride Canuga. First up will be cross-country men's collegiate A. If we can have report here, Tyler Orschel, Tyler Miranda, and Tyler Clark. So first up, Orschel, Miranda, and Clark. All right, so cross-country men's collegiate A. A Brevard College sweep. Tyler Orschel, Tyler Miranda, and Tyler Clark. Congratulations, men's collegiate A. Cross-country winners from yesterday at Ride Canuga. Once again, Tyler Orschel took first place, Tyler Miranda second, and Tyler Clark third. Congratulations. Next up, cross-country women's collegiate A. If we could have Margie Bemis of Milligan, Sierra Sims of University of Tennessee, and Zoe Ekman of Lees-McRae. So women's collegiate A cross-country. This was a result from yesterday at Ride Canuga. Congratulations. First place, Margie Bemis. Second place, Sierra Sims. Third place, Zoe Ekman. Congratulations. Next up, women's collegiate B cross-country. If we could have Heidi Martin of Lees-McRae, Katie Prowl, and Madison Wall, Kennesaw State. So here's your podium finishers from cross-country women's collegiate B. This race was yesterday at Ride Canuga. Heidi Martin, first place. Katie Prowl, second. And Madison Wall, third. Congratulations, Heidi Martin, Katie Prowl, and Madison Wall. Next up, cross-country women's collegiate C from yesterday. If we could have Lily Derry from Warren Wilson, Isabel Weinberg of Lees-McRae, and Josie Funderburk of Warren Wilson. If you could please report to the broadcast location. All right, top three from yesterday. Women's collegiate C cross-country. First place, Lily Derry of Warren Wilson. Second place, Isabel Weinberg of Lees-McRae. And third place, Josie Funderburk of Warren Wilson. Congratulations. Next up, cross-country men's collegiate B from Ride Canuga yesterday. Cameron Locklear of Lees-McRae. Levi Cole of James Brothers Bikes, and Dylan Richardson of Brevard College. If you can report to the broadcast location. So these three finished on the podium yesterday. Cross-country men's collegiate B at Ride Canuga. Cameron Locklear of Lees-McRae takes first place. Levi Cole of James Brothers Bikes takes second. And Dylan Richardson of Brevard College in third place. Congratulations, Cameron Locklear, Levi Cole, and Dylan Richardson. Next up, cross-country men's collegiate C from yesterday. If Zach Zions of Warren Wilson, Will Davidson of Truett McConnell, and Sam Rideout of Piedmont can please step to the broadcast location. All right, there you have it. Top three finishers from cross-country men's collegiate C. Zach Zients of Warren Wilson takes first place. Will Davidson takes second out of Truett McConnell. And third place from Piedmont, Sam Rideout. So next up, we'll have the downhill podiums from yesterday at Ride Canuga. And we'll start with men's collegiate A downhill. If we could have Owen Clark, Simon Donaway, and Tyler Clark of Brevard College. So a Brevard College sweep in downhill men's collegiate A. First place Tyler Clark, second place Simon Donaway, and third place Owen Clark. All right, congratulations, gentlemen. Tyler Clark, first place, second place Simon Donaway, and third place Owen Clark. That's men's collegiate A downhill. Next up, men's collegiate B downhill from Brevard College, Bryant Bowl, Jake Hutchinson of Truett McConnell, and Jared Golub of Lees McRae. All right, there's your top three. Third place, Jared Golub of Lees McRae College. Second place, Jake Hutchinson of Truett McConnell. And the winner of Downhill Men's Collegiate B, Bryant Bowl of Brevard College. Congratulations, Downhill Men's Collegiate B podium finishers. Next up, Downhill Women's Collegiate A. We could have Erica Leonard of Brevard College, Maria Montoya Talavera of Piedmont, and Sierra Sims of Tennessee. So the Women's Collegiate A downhill winners, once again, Sierra Sims of University of Tennessee, Maria Jose Montoya Talavera, and there, thanks Sierra for the hustle joining us here. Sierra Sims of University of Tennessee finishes third. Maria Jose Montoya Talavera of Piedmont finishes second. And Erica Leonard of Brevard College takes the win in downhill collegiate A competition. Next up, downhill collegiate B women's from yesterday at Ride Canuga. Madison Rails of Lees McRae College, Zoe Ekman of Lees McRae College, and Gracie Dean. You could join us here in the podium area. All right, so here's your top three from Downhill Women's Collegiate B competition. Third place, Madison Rails of Lees McRae College. Second place, Zoe Ekman of Lees McRae College. And first place, Gracie Dean. All right, next up, Women's Collegiate C. Two-person podium here, Madison Altman of Brevard College and also Brenna Griggs of Truett McConnell. Altman takes second place out of Brevard College, and in first place, Brenna Griggs of Truett McConnell. All right, congratulations. That's all your winners from yesterday at Ride Canuga. Now for the short track podium finishers from today here at Brevard College. Start with short track men's A competition. Andrew Strohmeyer finished third from Lees McRae College. If Andrew can join us here. Tyler Clark finishes second out of Brevard College, and Tyler Orschel finishes first from Brevard College. So short track men's A. All right, so short track men's A, Tyler Orschel in first place, Tyler Clark in second, Andrew Strohmeyer in third. Short track men's B competition, if you can join us here at the broadcast location. Third place, Dylan Richardson of Brevard College. Second place, Cameron Locklear of Lees McRae. And in first place, Hunter Root of University of South Carolina. So Richardson, Locklear, and Root, you are due up. All right, one more from yesterday. Men's C downhill at Ride Canuga. Matthew Zaniga of Brevard College, Sky Resnick of Warren Wilson College, and Philip Ford of Brevard. So Matthew Zaniga finished third out of Brevard College. Sky Resnick of Warren Wilson finishes second. Philip Ford finishes in first place out of Brevard College. Congratulations, men's downhill C. So next up, short track men's C. If Will Davidson of Truett McConnell, Chaligan Strickland of Kennesaw State, and Sam Rideout of Piedmont can join us here. All right, next up, short track women's A. If we could have to the podium location, Erica Leonard of Brevard College, Sarah Sims of Tennessee, and Margie Bemis of Milligan University. Once again, Leonard, Sims, and Margie Bemis. All right, third place, short track women's A, Erica Leonard. Second place, Sierra Sims. And first place, Margie Bemis of Milligan. Congratulations. Next up, short track women's B. If we could have Madison Wyatt, Madison Wall, and Heidi Martin join us at the broadcast location. Third place in short track women's B goes to Madison Wyatt of Truett McConnell. Second place, Madison Wall of Kennesaw State. And first place, Heidi Martin of Lees McRae. Next up, short track women's C. Josie Funderburk of Warren Wilson, Lily Derry of Warren Wilson, and Isabel Weinberg of Lees McRae. If you can head on over. All right, congratulations. Third place, Josie Funderburk of Warren Wilson. Second place, Lily Derry of Warren Wilson. And first place, Isabel Weinberg of Lees McRae. And that'll be our final podium announcement. We'll have a few more podiums following the dual slalom event as well, which is coming up next. But congratulations to all the racers and riders who have taken part this weekend in the Brevard College Ride Canuga Mountain Bike Race Weekend. Thanks for joining us here at Brevard College. Coming up next, the event many have been anxiously awaiting, dual slalom. Stick with us here on the campus of Brevard College.
I'm definitely feeling more confident now than I was as a freshman. I've taken jumps in my academic career, and I've taken jumps in just socializing and getting out and getting to do things I've never done before.
The thing that brought me to Brevard is the experiential learning. I've always been a hands-on guy.
I love it here at Brevard. Over Christmas break,
all right, ladies and gentlemen,
I
be
was
sure to head
itching
on
to come
over
back
to the
because I love
Brevard
the area
College
so much.
Experiential
Tornadoes
learning
Nike
here is
tent.
beyond all of my
BSN
expectations.
Sports
It
Nike
has really
tent
blown me
where
away with
concessions
projects
are
that are
available
fun and exciting, and
for
all the
sale, and
outdoor
also
activities that we've done.
My financial aid
Good-looking
process was
Brevard
very
College
smooth. My
Tornado
freshman year, I came
swag
in
for the
worry-free,
taking.
which was
Head on
amazing
over
because it
and
allowed me to focus
all
on my
geared
academics
up
and
and
focus on finding my place here at Brevard.
In Brevard, there's all
Tornadoes
kinds of things to
gear
do, whether it be go up into
have
downtown and look at all the shops, or go up
refreshment
to
or a
any of the
snack.
national forests
Oh, it's
and
so good.
hike, camp, anything like that. And that's what I'm into, the hiking, camping, backpacking, and the biking.
There's a lot to do outside. It's probably one of the prettiest places on the earth. And to come to somewhere where it's such a tight-knit community, where everybody has your back, I mean, you're not gonna find that anywhere else at bigger schools.
I like to go hang out at the coffee shop, sit outside at the picnic tables, maybe do a little bit of homework there, and just socialize because there's always somebody that I know there.
Brevard does make it easy to come here. The admission process is very simple.
Scholarship day, I came and they had everything figured out for me, and I sat down with the advisor, and it was super simple.
I love the faculty. I love the staff. I love the experiential education. So many things speak to me. It screams my home away from home. It's just a great feeling to be on campus, which is why I've decided this is where I'm going to be, this is where I want to graduate, this is where I want my degree to come from.
The Brevard College Wilderness Leadership and Experiential Education program is the most distinctive in the nation. I think one of the reasons why is because it is so focused on experiential education in addition to the outdoor education component. They are developing their leadership skills out in the field with each other.
My internship was on Schooner Lynx. She's a 122-foot topsail schooner. She's a replica of an 1812 privateer. My job on Lynx this summer was a deckhand, and because of the skills that I've learned at Brevard College, such as program planning and lesson planning and different techniques to teaching to different ages and different types of people, I was promoted to the job of educator. This summer, my professor, John Buford, knew that I'd be at sea quite a bit, and he really worked with me. And when I would come into port, I would call him. He would always answer. He was really quick to respond with my emails, and not just to say, I got your email, but he would talk about what was going on and ask me questions. And it was really cool to have somebody like that to support me for the summer and really help me succeed.
You should come to Brevard College in the Wilderness Leadership and Experiential Education program because you will become a leader, a strong, ethical leader. And that can be applied to any field, anywhere you go, whatever you do in your professional career. And it'll be a whole lot of fun as you learn those skills.
Anybody who is interested in leadership skills and outdoor skills should definitely think about Brevard. It's an incredible place and a great place to be a part of.
Before I got to Brevard College, I didn't know what experiential learning even was. We have all the rivers, Pisgah National Forest, DuPont State Forest, just all the resources are around us. So the location is why environmental studies is so great here.
With experiential learning, it's not always field-based. We do quite a few things in the lab as well, so you get opportunities to do hands-on research in the lab. But whenever possible, when you can get outdoors and see what's actually happening, it's different based on the conditions that are outdoors, and you can never predict those. So a day that it's raining and cold, you're going to see different activity levels among the animals and plants than if it's a day that's sunny and warm. The courses that I teach are all based in the outdoors. My specialty is biodiversity, so I teach a course in biodiversity, but I also teach courses that are unique to the area that are called Plants and Animals of the Southern Appalachians. Here at Brevard College, one of the things that we do really well is interact with these students who are undergraduates in a way that prepares them for graduate programs. That's what we can do at Brevard College. We can get these students who are interested in a particular area, help them find a path that is tying together their interest with what our background, the backgrounds of the professors can do, and then position that student in a way that few undergraduates can be positioned to go on to a graduate program or to go directly into the field.
All right, moments away from dual slalom competition here at Brevard College. Part of the Brevard College Ride Canoga mountain bike race weekend. Do want to thank our timing sponsor, Dodd RV. Thank you, Dodd RV, for supporting Brevard College cycling and handling the timing and scoring side. As we're getting started with dual slalom here at Brevard College. Should be exciting, this course here down the front side of Savannah Hill. And Carson Beckett, Brevard College alumnus, joining us for today's broadcast. And Carson, a lot of riders heading up towards that start gate. Can you tell our viewers a little bit about dual slalom, how it works, the format, and what we should expect over these next couple hours?
Yeah, so dual slalom's unique in the fact that it's head-to-head racing, whereas like the other ones either mass start or downhill's timed by yourself, but these are head-to-head, and it's kind of confusing. So it's all in waves. So at first, what they're going to do is they're all going to qualify, and what that means is they're going to get a time. They're going to do a timed run down this sort of as fast as they can, and then they will qualify everyone and sort of seed them head-to-head based on timing. So the faster you go towards the front you are, let's say they qualify 32, how they're going to do that then is they'll take all the qualifying times and match 1 versus 32, 2 versus 31, 3 versus 30, so to speak. So it pays off to go a little faster if you can to get paired with hopefully a lower placed rider. So they'll qualify first, get paired up, and then when the actual heats begin, how it works is each rider does one run. Each rider does one run on each lane. So there's a blue and a red lane, and they'll go head-to-head. They'll go head-to-head on that, and then switch lanes and go head-to-head again. And the one that moves on to the next wave or the next heat is based on your differential of time, so whoever basically has the lowest cumulative time. So that's why, if you have a really good first run and not a good second run, it can get really tight because you don't, until they publish the times, you don't know who came on top with the lowest differential time. So that's how it'll work, and they'll work it down, maybe a bracket of 32, then 16, then 8, then 4, and then the final 2. So yeah, they race on each lane, and it'll wear on for a while, so they'll get plenty of runs.
I would imagine they try to make the 2 lanes as equal as possible in terms of any sort of advantage speed-wise, but typically does one lane run faster than the other?
Yeah, typically there'll be one lane that either runs faster or people like more, and it could just be that it's less technical or the turns flow better together. Either way, it's still down to, even if one lane does have an advantage, each rider's going to get a turn on that lane. So it should, in theory, equal out. So, you may have one lane that you're better at than the other, but you essentially have to be on top of it on both lanes.
Well, first qualifying run looked like it's in the books there. And I'm sure that just comes with the territory, huh, Carson?
Yeah, definitely. These corners they have here, these are berms, and they've, the college, the team's done a really good job. They hand build them and craft them out super well, and they even keep them watered down. So if you build them right, they're really strong. You can really push into them, and they're essentially so hard packed it's almost like concrete. So they're really well built, and it's all about technique, rhythm, timing, and just basically carrying as much speed as you're comfortable with down. But you get off, and they're pushing the limits of their tires and stuff, so and what they're comfortable with. So there'll definitely be some crashes.
couple of Brevard College Tornadoes making the trip down the course there. So categories, just like we saw in the short track action, dual slalom men's A from Brevard College, Jack Brown, Owen Clark, Tyler Orschel, and Cole Punchard. And dual slalom men's B, Brevard College Tornadoes, Bryant Bowl, Finn Cullen, Nathan Stone. Dual slalom men's C from the Tornadoes, Philip Ford, Ryan Johnson, Kyle McDonald, Dylan Richardson, Matthew Zuniga, and Carter Simmons. On the women's side, women's A representatives from the home school, BC, Hannah Dixon and Erica Leonard. And Madison Altman is running in dual slalom women's C. Madison Altman, by the way, a dual sport athlete, also in the sport of climbing here at Brevard College. But Carson, the majority of the racers, if you're on site and you're registered for this event weekend, you're probably running in this race.
Yeah, most people will do this, regardless if it's their cup of tea, so to speak, or not. It's just really good experience and practice with cornering too. And if these riders are targeting nationals, they need, the more time the better they can get with slalom, because slalom's so technique driven and it's super repetitive. So just getting dialed in as much as you can is good practice, regardless if you're focused on these events or not.
And we've been talking about the USA Cycling Collegiate National Championships quite a bit, Durango, Colorado. Tell our viewers a little more about that individual omnium. What are the events that comprise the individual omnium at the collegiate level? And then also, what does it take to win that title?
Yeah, the omnium is 4 events, and it's whoever has essentially the highest amount of points from all 4 events. So you race both endurance events. You race cross country and short track, and dual slalom and downhill. And so it's a cumulative of the 4 events. Whoever has the highest amount of points wins, basically. So getting a win in an event will seriously give you some points, but it's kind of best. It's like best all around, essentially. And it's tough whenever these guys are racing 4 events, especially endurance guys. They want to win the endurance events, which takes a lot out of you. And then you've got to practice dual slalom for a few hours. You got to qualify one day, and then, you got to practice downhill that night. So then you can qualify downhill the next day. So there's a lot of stages involved. If you're focusing on 1 or 2 events, you only have 2 things to worry about. But if you've got 4, you're looking at practicing, qualifying, and racing for all of them, so it can wear you down for sure.
Well, the last USA Cycling Collegiate National Championship, you got to go all the way back to fall of 2019 due to the cancellation from the pandemic of the 2020 event. And Tyler Clark, who we're seeing today, won that individual omnium national championship on the men's varsity side at that event, Big Bear Lake, California. And Carson, you were part of that squad out there. Second place result in the team relay. Clark, yourself, Emma Schwab, and Hannah Arnsman. So I'm sure you got great memories from your college days and that national championship at Big Bear Lake, California.
Definitely, that was a good one. Yeah, it was altitude, which was tricky, but yeah, we had a really strong team, and team performed super well. And team relays are another event that, if you are doing the omnium and you're on the team relay, that adds a 5th event. And so that can be tricky, which is what Tyler Clark and I did. And, team relays are kind of my favorite event. It's sort of the pinnacle of the collegiate sport, I think, because you've got 2 men, 2 women there, and each one's doing a lap, and it's just like your school is really on show there. and it's super high intensity, and it's super dramatic, and it's just like really fun. So.
Well, there was a photo that made the rounds back at Big Bear Lake of yourself, Tyler Orschel, and Tyler Clark, and it was minutes before the downhill final. So it was fun to see, these guys who are, known as cross-country experts and endurance experts on the mountain bike side, suited up for the big downhill race at Big Bear Lake. You remember that moment?
Yeah. We had the three of us were racing downhill as part of the Omnium. But we actually didn't have any. I don't think we had any like specific gravity riders with us that year. So we were kind of like doing it in addition to the XC stuff, and it was pretty funny because we all wore skin suits, which are like these skin tight things that guys typically wear on the road or on the endurance events, and it's kind of frowned upon in the downhill world because there's a bit of like swagger to it, and we had skin suits on and went for it, and I think we were all like top 25 or something, and I think we were like the third best team on the gravity side of things, and it was pretty funny, but people were giving us a hard time, but just being here and Clark and Orschel both as well, spending time riding trails like this, pretty kind of the testament there as to the skill you learn.
Well, if you're tuned in earlier, you saw the podium ceremonies, but yesterday the downhill, the gravity event over at Ride Canuga, and men's collegiate A Tornadoes swept not only the podium but the top 6 positions. Tyler Clark in first, Simon Donaway in second, Owen Clark in third, Jack Brown in fourth, Cameron Mader in fifth, and Wyatt Hackney in sixth. Also a 9th place finish by Tyler Orschel, as bit of a miscue there on that slalom ride, but everybody looks up and running once again. But that Ride Canuga downhill trail provides quite a challenge over there in the Hendersonville Flat Rock area. Carson, I know you've spent some time over there at Ride Canuga.
Yeah, it's great. Like we were talking about in the earlier one, Nika Malale, who's a World Cup level downhill racer full-time, lives over here, and he helped build and design those trails. So I think there's maybe 7 or 8 tracks, and each one's different. There's everything from like, your amateur person could come out and ride and have fun and be safe, to like double black, World Cup level downhill stuff with insane features and drops and stuff. So they've done a really good job there. And the school's partnered with them, so they have memberships and can go practice there and get, a variety of types of riding in.
And I'm sure from the Tornado standpoint, as they're continuing to develop these gravity riders and preparing for the, national championships, having Canuga nearby and being able to practice on specifically the downhill side has to be a big asset.
Definitely. With a couple 100 miles of trails in Pisgah and the entire DuPont State Forest, they have plenty of riding, but to have Canuga where you can go and just dedicate, laps on the downhill and not have to worry about connecting trails and doing a really big ride, being able to have that dedicated practice time is definitely big.
We talked about the men's collegiate A, big showing by the Tornadoes. Women's collegiate A, Erica Leonard of the Tornadoes taking the win. Maria Jose Montoya Talavera of Piedmont in second, Sierra Sims of University of Tennessee in third. Women's collegiate A downhill yesterday in Hendersonville. And, the Tornadoes women's downhill, there's a lot of muscles to be flexed there between Erica Leonard, who won that race yesterday, but also Rachelle Peugeot, part of the Canadian national team. She was over at the World Championships and getting some more riding in internationally. And also Maisie Hayden on Team USA. So the Tornadoes are going to be a force to be reckoned with in the gravity side of things as we head towards Durango.
Yeah, having a strong women's program is absolutely key from a team aspect too. And these Brevard's got just an insane lineup with 2 girls that race World Cup downhill full time. So having that as part of the team, not only from an individual perspective, but for them to be able to lift up other riders, like that aren't super familiar with it and give them pointers and tips. It brings the whole team up.
Men's Collegiate B yesterday at Hendersonville, North Carolina. Bryant Bowl of Brevard College, the native of Birmingham, Alabama, with the win. Also Jake Hutchinson of Truett-McConnell and Jared Golub of Lees-McRae with podium finishes. As you're continuing to watch dual slalom qualifying here at Savannah Hill on the campus of Brevard College. Women's Collegiate B competition. Gracie Dean takes the win in Women's Collegiate B competition. And that was downhill yesterday. And Zoe Ekman of Lees-McRae with the second place finish, and Madison Rails of Lees-McRae finishes third. And Women's Collegiate C, Brenna Griggs of Truett-McConnell takes the win. Madison Altman, the dual sport athlete of the Tornadoes, climbing and cycling, she finishes second. That's downhill results from yesterday at Ride Canuga. Men's downhill C, good showing by the Tornadoes. Once again, Philip Ford with the first place finish in men's downhill C. Sky Resnick of Warren Wilson finishes second. Matthew Zuniga of Brevard College finishes third, men's downhill C. As qualifying continues here, two Tornadoes heading down the dual slalom course. What are you noticing thus far, Carson, from these qualifying sessions in dual slalom?
Yeah, so right now when they're as they're qualifying, I think what they're doing is they've got, to be efficient, they've got two categories right now. So they've got men A on one side and men C on another. So they're just getting their times, but running them together at the same time. So they won't actually race together, but they're going ahead and knocking out all the qualifying at the same time, and then they'll take the individual times. And yeah, if you're watching the feed, you can see the gate at the top, and the way that works is it'll either be manual, where somebody's holding the gate up, or it'll be like hydraulic and air based, and on a timer. So at nationals it'll be automated basically with an air spring and stuff. And how that works is the riders can stay on the pedals and stay upright essentially at the top of the gate, and then it's kind of like motocross, supercross. When the gate drops, it takes the predictability out of it. So then when the gate drops, they take off.
Yeah, it's really in a lot of ways reminiscent of what you would see in the Winter Olympics in a skiing competition as far as that gate goes, downhill skiing.
Yeah, super similar, and the same rules apply. They have to stay. There's certain flags down the track, and they have to stay in those. If they go around them, it's essentially a fault, and they don't. They're disqualified. So you got to stay within those. And also, there's if a rider crashes, they still want to give them the. I mean, if you crash, it's going to be hard to make that up in the next run. But if you do crash, there's a max penalty typically of 2.5 seconds. So you have somewhat of a chance to make some time up, and if you can on the next run.
Well, a couple of those dual slalom qualifying times in the books, and Tornadoes look fast thus far in the men's A side of things. Adam Kluge, the sophomore from nearby Asheville, North Carolina, A.C. Reynolds High School. Also Tyler Clark and Simon Donaway putting down some good times early on here.
Yeah, the leaders of the men's C are not that far off either. Or the top 5, 6, 7. Basically, they're not far off the top 5 times of the men A, really, the leaders of the men C. So that'll be a tight race as well.
Well, Carson, we haven't talked much about equipment. Would it be a different setup, for a dual slalom race compared to what, these racers were doing for the short track?
Yeah, so, and it'll depend, too, on the course. Some courses are really, fast and hard packed and taken care of, and a lot of riders are familiar with BMX. They may go with like a BMX style bike, which is essentially, super small bike, small wheels, and no suspension, just very like stiff. But most riders are going to go with what we'd call like a sort of a mid-travel trail bike. So they'll have some suspension, but they run it pretty hard because what they want is like good response off the berms. They want it to feel stiff and not have a bunch of like energy soaked up in their suspension. So they'll change their bikes up for that.
And in terms of wheels and tires?
Yeah, you want grip because you are the biggest factor of slalom is your cornering speed. But a lot of the times the berms are so well made that you want a tire that's fast rolling too, so you don't want a bunch of tread like you might find people out riding trail with some big tires and lots of knobs. It's good to have cornering knobs, but you almost want the center to be sort of slick where there's like minimal resistance because you're not worried about braking and traction as far as pedaling. Essentially, you're worried about just speed and minimal rolling resistance.
And you can't help but notice different apparel and clothing, with these gravity riders, versus the cross-country guys, and all the way to the helmets in some cases.
Yeah.
Can you kind of describe all that?
Yeah, typically any gravity event, downhill or dual slalom, is going to be required to have a full face helmet, and that's just because, the risk of the sport, you're focused on going downhill as fast as you can, so it's a little extra safety precautions. That's not to say cross country. I've been a part of some races that are super dangerous, and you're in like essentially see-through clothing and no safety equipment at all. So they're definitely dangerous as well. But with the point of being downhill speed, it's those guys typically have full face knee pads and baggier clothing and stuff like that.
Yeah, and you feel culturally it's a little bit of kind of the X Games vibe to it, right?
Yeah, the cross country is like kind of the nerdy guy of the sport, basically. Everyone's concerned about extra grams on their bike and aerodynamics and weight savings and just being as fast as possible. And then, the downhill guys, they are too, but it's more about how the bike's performing and, their comfort on the bike. And, yeah, like you said, the baggier clothing and stuff. But I still think skin suits are sick and they're aero, so I think racing downhill in a skin suit's definitely acceptable.
Whatever works for the individual, correct?
That's right. They're actually, like, skin suits, I think, are banned in the international ranking. So, if you watch World Cups, World Champs, that type of event, you can't wear them. And they also have, like, extra safety precautions, like certain thickness of, like chest protectors, basically, and spine protectors and stuff like that.
Well, there is inherent risk in these sports, no doubt about it, but great to see that, these riders have that sort of protection with the helmet. And
yeah, and that's a big issue we see in road racing. Is not to say that those guys aren't becoming super well-rounded and strong, but a lot of times they're so focused on fitness in general that there's not a lot of like strength and safety work going on as far as keeping your shoulders intact and just having the musculature there to like take care of your body if you hit the ground. So a lot of times on the road racing scene, those guys hit the ground and something's breaking. But you see like downhill and even some cross country guys, it pays off to be really well rounded from a body aspect, because just injury prevention, essentially. You hit the ground, you don't want things to break.
And of course, at this home event, the Brevard College Ride Canuga race weekend, had athletic trainer Liz Kelly and her team on site in case any of the racers do require any sort of athletic training or medical attention. But great to have a first-class crew here from the athletic training office on hand at this event, juggling a lot of sports during the fall athletic season here at Brevard College. Do want to thank our sponsors once again, most notably .RV for this event in particular, providing the timing and scoring operation essential not only for a collegiate event that is sanctioned by USA Cycling and the SCCCC, as we're continuing to keep an eye on those points and standings, but good for broadcasters like ourselves to keep up with all the action.
Absolutely.
Other sponsors of Brevard College Cycling, Wahoo Fitness, thank you for all you do. Landscape Design Company, Gulo Composites. You mentioned them earlier, Carson. Gulo, a industry leader located in downtown Brevard.
Yeah, their slogan is they're reinventing the wheel. I think one spoke at a time, I believe, is what is basically one of the only wheel companies to be making the spokes of the wheel out of carbon. So wheels are almost all the mountain bike wheels now are carbon. Some are still aluminum, but to make spokes that can withstand the forces of mountain biking and have them be carbon is kind of groundbreaking, and it's sweet to have them here in Brevard and literally down the road, making that happen. So I've kind of been working with them on prototyping some stuff and writing some stuff. So it's cool to be active in the industry like that.
Very cool. And Nina McNowski, a spokesperson for Gulo Composites as well, one of the Brevard College student athletes. Sully's Steamers, also in downtown Brevard, delicious steamed bagel sandwiches. Want to thank them for our lunch today. I highly recommend the Vulcan. Not only tasty, but very healthy. I mean, we're talking hummus, sprouts, tomatoes, pretty much the heartiest of vegetables all in that Vulcan bagel sandwich. Thank you, Sully's Steamers. Sycamore Cycles, we mentioned them earlier. Certainly a great local resource for anyone in the cycling endeavor. M&M Labs, .RV, North Carolina Cyclocross, their schedule's right around the corner. iDream Foundation and Brevard Insurance. Thank you, sponsors of Brevard College Tornadoes Cycling. As qualifying's continuing here, noticing anything more here, Carson, as these qualifying laps continue to turn off?
Yeah, they're finishing up the men B and C now. Let me see. I think almost all the men for the men A have qualified. So they'll begin kind of pairing those up. It looks like the fastest times for the men A are 11.3 seconds, 11.6, 11.7, so just sub 12. I expect those will be faster once we get into the heats. They're going to kind of turn it up a notch. And then men B are not far behind, 11.8 for the Jake Hutchinson, and then rolling on to C, we've got some just over 12. So everyone's kind of right around that 12 second mark, but as they get more comfortable and get into some more high pressure situations where they got to move on to the next heats, they'll definitely turn it up a notch, and I expect we'll see some sub 11s.
Very good. Well, we'll continue to keep an eye on the action here in dual slalom. You're watching the Brevard College Ride Canuga mountain bike race weekend. We're on the campus of Brevard College in Brevard, North Carolina, in the mountains of western North Carolina. And, we talked about it before, Carson, really one of the elite spots in the nation for mountain bike riding. As someone who not only, competed collegiately here, but has decided to, make your roots here in terms of, a cycling industry professional, can you tell us even more just how, exceptional this part of the country is for mountain biking?
Yeah, it is. And I'm glad we're butted up next to a national forest, so there's not a lot of room for development, and we can't just, see this place get blown up. So I'm stoked on it. It's got the small town feel. There's hundreds of miles of trails accessible from the door. Gravel roads, as we mentioned, are pretty endless, and road riding. I mean, you can you can get out of town and ride for 3-4 hours and see maybe one car on some of these roads. And so, yeah, it's a little haven for sure. And I enjoy being East Coast. It's fun to go west for sure, but having just kind of that homey feeling in the East Coast is awesome. And there's a network here for sure. Like, there's always a resource. Not only companies. I mean, we've got wheel companies, component companies, bike companies that are all based here. And in addition to that, you've got retired pro tour level guys and girls that have been racing, in events like the Tour de France that have retired here and live here, and professional downhillers as well.
Well, very happy to be joined now by a special guest. Very happy to be joined now by a special guest, President David Joyce, the president of Brevard College. President Joyce, thanks for joining the broadcast.
Well, thank you, Phil. This is fun. It's great fun.
Well, joined here also, of course, by our expert analyst, Brevard College alumnus Carson Beckett. And President Joyce, I know you've had an absolute passion for this sport, cycling and mountain biking, and it's got to provide a lot of joy to see this kind of event here on the campus.
Oh, absolutely. And we've, Brevard College is one of the top schools in the country, if not, in my opinion, the top school in the country for mountain bike racing. And it's always exciting to see this take place. And after a season off due to COVID last year, this is exciting. Good crowd here, good vibe, best weather, and we're doing quite well. I was going to say kicking butt, but I don't think I can say that, right?
Well, yeah, no doubt. The Tornadoes have been all over the podium in all sorts of events throughout the weekend. And President Joyce, I'm sure viewers would love to hear as far as your history with cycling and mountain biking, and what a fit it's been for you to be here at Brevard College, where it's such a part of our DNA.
Well, it kind of goes back a long time. My wife and I have been mountain bikers for well over 25 years. And when I became, my first presidency was at Union College, and some folks who were talking, mountain biking was just starting as an intercollegiate sport, and a president from another college said, "Man, you guys got to do that because you're in the mountains and you race." So at Union College, which is in eastern Kentucky, the first two coaches of the sport were, one was my wife who raced, and the other was Debbie Dana, who coached and coached women's basketball and road bike. So they started the program there, and it's taken off, and they still have it 25 years later. And but we went to Wisconsin, where I was the president. We started a program there, and theirs is still going. But it's kind of really cool to inherit a program, which I think, if you want to stretch the truth a little bit, if Debbie and Lynn started the program at Union, and then Lise McCrae came down and looked at our program and decided to start a program. This was way back in the 90s. And then later, Brevard College started the program after looking at Lise McCrae. So I can take some credit for that, just a little bit, right? Anyway.
Well, Brevard College, 10-time team national champions, dozens of individual national champions as well. And Carson Beckett, as an alum, it's got to mean a lot to have a president of your college, this kind of supporter of a cycling program.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. If you have the president of the college behind you, then you're on good terms for sure. Yeah, but it's unique too. A lot of schools, I'm sure their president's not super familiar with cycling at all, and not to say they don't support it, but maybe they just aren't familiar with it and don't, aren't just really like plugged into it. So, it's great, and it's also just been exciting to see it evolve over the years and definitely glad to have him.
And go ahead.
I was going to say, and continue to grow. It's exciting for us to see how mature this program is. It might have been part of the reason why Lynn and I are here. We were coming here to mountain bike and kind of looking for where we wanted eventually to settle. And when Brevard called me, about 11 days before we were leaving to come here, they called and said, "Would you talk to us about becoming the next president?" And as they say, the rest is history. Mm-hmm. So I would be remiss if I didn't say that mountain biking was a good part of that. In the town that we lived in before, in Ripon, Wisconsin, same size as Brevard, had a good cycling program going, got a good cycling program going there. The closest bike shop was 20 miles away in Oshkosh. How exciting to come here. And there, at that time, there were 3 bike shops in town. Now I think we have 6 for the same size town. So I don't have any problem getting parts or service on our bikes. It's a great place to be.
Yeah, we've been talking about that throughout the broadcast too. When we've been alluding to our sponsors here at Brevard College Cycling and how it's just an industry hotbed as well.
Oh my gosh,
Brevard, North Carolina.
It really is, and in the general area, you've got I-9s, you've got Gulo now, you got Cane Creek, you got a lot of major manufacturers, designers, and concept folks that actually live and work in this area. Like I said, it's an exciting place to be. And I always like to tell a story. A couple of years ago, we were riding in Park City. Oh, and by the way, we ran into Cypress Gorey when we were in Park City. But someone, he had his dreads, and we got a guide to take us way out into the backwoods. And he asked. He said, "We paid for 2 or 3 hours." He said, "Could we go another hour? Or would you be willing to do that?" And I said, "Sure." And I asked my wife, I said, "Do you think he's because he thinks we're going to be really good and wants to take us further out, or do you think he thinks we might be too old for this thing and we're going to take longer?" After about 2 hours in, he said, "You guys are He said, "You guys are really something," which was a compliment, but it had some 4-letter words in it. And I said, "Well, thank you." He said, "No, yeah, you guys are really good." He said, "We're almost done. The shuttle truck won't even be there." And I looked at Lynn and I said, "Well, I guess I understand why you want to know if we can take another hour." I said, you see the bikes, we'd probably be." He said, "Do you know how many tourists have upper end bikes?" He said, "Where are you from?" I said, "North Carolina." He said, "Oh, have you ever ridden Pisgah?" And I said, "Ridden it, we live there." And he said, "Well, that explains it." And I said, "Have you ever ridden Pisgah?" And he said, "No, but it's on my bucket list." This is the guide I'm paying money to. He's on my bucket list. And I gave him my card and said, "If you ever show up in North Carolina, you call me and I'll take you out and I won't charge you."
Yeah.
But it was fun. I mean, it's just the reputation of this area for mountain biking and competition is just phenomenal. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that the college in general, our athletic program, 60% of our students are athletes and athletic scholars, and our student athletes are actually their average GPA is slightly higher than the entire college average. So we take it seriously. And so these, and the mountain bike team especially, they usually do extraordinarily well. Or the biking cycling team, we do everything. I say mountain bike, but we do everything. If it involves 2 wheels and going fast, cyclocross, road.
Gravel now.
I was going to say, I don't like that. That's boring for me. But maybe in time I'll get an e-bike. But so yeah, it's an exciting component and part of the culture here, and I'm very, very excited to be here. And again, I would be remiss to say if that wasn't a major part of being attracted to this college, and it just exceeded expectations.
You mentioned the overall athletics program, 19 sports at Brevard College, and fall sports underway now, but it's been a difficult journey to get here. A lot of challenges with the pandemic, and sports like cycling in particular completely erased from the 2020 spring 21 schedule, but we're back here on cycling, but also across all sports. David, I know there's a lot of challenges involved, but it's great to have the student athletes back in action.
It really is, and they deserve it, and they've been real good. We've had some, I can't call them breakouts, but we've had some folks test positive. We've not this year, but not very few, and we've managed it. And we're testing everybody that's not vaccinated on a weekly basis. And as soon as since it's now a FDA-approved vaccine, we're requiring all faculty, staff, and students to be vaccinated. The students, since they're already here, they'll all have to be vaccinated by the beginning of next semester. But we're almost all the way there now, I mean, with vaccinations. So it allows us some sense of normality, but we still got to be careful. We still have to be safe. We still mask inside and all those things. But we've actually gotten through this so far through the pandemic and really well, but it's by being vigilant. And I'd be remiss to say, I mentioned Debbie Dana, who was one of our coaches when we started mountain biking at Union College. She's our Dean of Students now, and she's managing the COVID-19 protocols. And she's here with my wife watching all the activities, of course. And you don't want to mess with her. You look at her cross eyes, or you get a negative test, you're quarantined. So
you don't want to get that email.
No.
From her.
We actually had a couple of mountain bikers who forgot to get their test this week, and they're not competing. So we take it seriously, but that's why we've been able to stay healthy, and we continue to look for it. Because missing a season in all our sports, and then having a short season this past spring, it's just it's hard, and. So to see everything out and go in full speed is exciting.
Last thing, President Joyce, you're retiring at the end of this year, and I know it's been a fantastic run for you here at Brevard College. The college has grown by leaps and bounds under your leadership, but I'm sure you've spent some time reflecting, and being here and mountain biking being such a big part of it all has got to have you thinking and reflecting and so forth. Any thoughts on that, and what are your plans post retirement?
Well, I appreciate you asking, Phil. This is my 10th year at Brevard College, and I'm kind of way past retirement age, normal retirement age, but we love it, and mountain biking has kept us young and vibrant, and being around all these great students and faculty and staff. But the best way to put it is, we're not going anywhere. We bought a home in town. We're going to stay here, and because this is what we like to do. My wife bought me a book, and it's entitled, and it's on my coffee table in my office. You need to come by and see it. It's entitled, "Of Course I Have a Retirement Plan, ... I plan to ride my mountain bike." Right now, if I can get 2 rides a week, I'm doing well, and I can tell that it's not helping my physically. So we're gonna spend a lot of time mountain biking, and we've traveled across the country, and we've actually mountain biked in Europe. I even raced in France one time, and I'm lucky to say and fortunate to say in 2009 I qualified for nationals and raced in nationals, and. But that's when you're managing everything else. I'm not going to race anymore, but I really want to go back to places we rode and spend more time. And if you go down the list of all the famous places to ride in this Cursed Butte, Moab, and others, even rode Porcupine Rim and all these. But it's always a couple days here, a couple days there. We want to really get into the culture. So. If you don't see us around in Brevard or on campus going to events, that means we're somewhere else mountain biking, and that's what we want to do.
Very good. Well, on behalf of the Brevard College cycling program, thank you so much, President Joyce, for all you've done for this program. Carson and I were talking about it earlier. It's pretty cool how the small schools dominate this sport.
It really is, and it's the nature of the beast, I would say. If you look at the typical cyclist, they're very independent, they're hardworking, they're very fit, and I would say they're extraordinarily intelligent. Of course, I'd say that, and so they do gravitate where they can be at places that they have the ability to do a lot of things, but to really enjoy and exercise their sport, because it's a year-round sport. And I've always enjoyed racing because of the neat people you meet, and someday I'll give you a list of people I've met just by racing. And I told you I raced in nationals. I'm surprised you say, "How did you do?" Well, I'll tell you. In 2009, in the old guys category, I came in 27th. Not too bad. Now, there were only 28 riders that finished, so I'm next to last, but I still told people, people asked, I said, well, I'm the 27th fastest old guy in 2009 in the senior category. And but there were a lot of my friends from college and high school that were home drinking beer and getting fat on the couch while we were out racing. And and I didn't get too bloody. So it's just, it's a great Phil. We got to get you on a bike, man.
Well, I've got my performance coach here, Carson Beckett, ready to get me on a training program.
Yeah, but you and I can't keep up with Carson. You and I should ride. I think we have fun.
That's right.
I look at things that I used to do and go, risk to value. I don't know. I think I know I can walk it and be okay. If I ride it, and if I don't make it okay, it's going to take a little longer. Yeah. And if I got into it, I could tell you how many times my wife, and both of us, but especially her, ended up in emergency rooms because she's a little crazy. But that's okay. We had good insurance at Brevard College. Well, I appreciate the time.
Very good. Yeah, great talking some mountain biking with you. It's been a lot of fun to have President Joyce here, right, Carson?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I remember coming in for, orientation and stuff my first year, and he was showing my family the bikes in the garage of his house, and I'm like, you don't really get this in most colleges. You don't even often see your president, and he's showing us his garage. So
yeah, we're having to scale back, Carson. We went from 13 and we're trying to cut it in half, and it's hard. Those are my babies.
I know.
And I've got some classics too. So I don't know. So but I will tell you this: the house that we bought in town, we're just finishing up the walkout basement. And I got my very own bike shop.
Nice.
So when I quit riding, I'll just be a wrench.
Very good. Well, thank you again, President Joyce. Thanks for joining the broadcast this afternoon. We're going to enjoy the rest of this dual slalom action through the afternoon here.
I think the qualifying's about over. It's ready to get down to the
Wrapped it
race.
Up.
Yep. Well, I appreciate the opportunity, guys. Thanks much.
All right. Thank you, President David Joyce, Brevard College president. Great to have him. And I mean, really exceptional. You're right, Carson. You touched on it. I mean, how many colleges can claim a school president who knows the ins and outs of the mountain biking sport?
Yeah, I mean, before I even came, I was friends with Cypress. We were on the same team domestically, and now the assistant coach. And, yeah, I just remember him telling me, he's like, oh, yeah, I just saw the president of the school out riding in Park City or whatever, and it's like he came by and watched his race or whatever, and it's unique for sure, and he's always been an advocate, and also when for me and other athletes that were traveling independent of a school, most colleges, it's really hard to take 2 weeks off and not be in class for 2 weeks in Europe, especially in a school that's so focused on in-class experiences. And to have a president that's super supportive of that and makes your travels easy, that's you can't really quantify that.
Yeah, and that's worth talking about as well. We talked about the school record. 6 Brevard College Tornadoes went to the World Championships in mountain bike in Italy. It wasn't just hey, head on over for a couple days. Some of the racers are still over there, getting in even more racing. And it goes to 2 things. And I think President Joyce touched on it. One, the cycling student athletes in general are exceptional where they can use their discipline to keep up with all their schoolwork and that kind of thing. But also, from the school standpoint, the faculty standpoint, faculty athletics representative standpoint, being able to understand the unique opportunity for these student athletes and work with them, across time zones to make sure all the academics get done.
Yeah, and I think each year, the more the students stay on top of it, the more we're kind of setting the bar for the faculty to kind of know what to expect. If you have some bad apples, let's say early in the years they had bad apples that were traveling and didn't get work done, they'd probably be less lenient 4 or 5 years down the road. But yeah, I mean, that was always my thing, was just prove to the faculty, you're going to keep up with it, you're going to do it, you're going to be independent and stay in touch and make the work happen. And they'll work with you and be supportive, and that's the benefit of a small class size too. You're not in an auditorium with 200 kids. I think the biggest class I was in was 36 maybe, and when I got into the upper end of my degree, it was 5-6, and often your professors are already so engaged in similar sports and activities. Like Dr. Stephen Nod here, he an Olympic level lifter for masters, and his son worked with USA Cycling, and I'm leaving for class for 2 weeks, but he's sending me Facebook messages making sure I'm I'm asking about stuff, but he's just asking me how the races are going. So it's a sweet dynamic here.
And worth also mentioning this legacy of Brevard College cycling, 10 team national champions, but it's happened pretty quickly. You know, the program was started in the late 2000s. BC Hall of Famer Thad Walker, the first coach of Brevard College cycling, he was inducted into the Hall of Fame last year, and this year's Hall of Fame class includes the 2009 BC cycling team mountain bike national champions. The entire team going in, that was the first of what's now become double-digit team national champions. So a lot of those members of that team are going to make their way to Brevard College for homecoming weekend, October 8th through the 10th. I know they're already planning some rides here in Pisgah. Hey, if you're coming in to get inducted into the Hall of Fame and you're a mountain biker, you're going to get out there in either Pisgah or DuPont, I'd imagine, while you're here.
Yeah, and quite a few stayed around. I mean, I know I probably couldn't count on two hands how many just I know from my class, my 4 years, that are still here in the area. So, you know, it tends to attract people to stick around.
Yeah, so congratulations, the 2009 USA Cycling Mountain Bike National Championship team, and be sure to keep an eye on Brevard College social media as we head into homecoming. We'll do a lot of media around, you know, that 2009 Mountain Bike National Champion team. Well, want to thank President David Joyce, retiring from Brevard College at the end of this calendar year, for once again joining us on the broadcast and all his support of Brevard College cycling. Well, we're hanging loose here, waiting for the next round of dual slalom competition. There's a little bit of work being done to the course at the same time, so hang with us here as we'll continue to bring you all the action from the Brevard College Ride Canuga Mountain Bike Race Weekend.
I'm definitely feeling more confident now than I was as a freshman. I've taken jumps in my academic career, and I've taken jumps in just socializing and getting out and getting to do things I've never done before.
The thing that brought me to Brevard is the experiential learning. I've always been a hands-on guy.
I love it here at Brevard. Over Christmas break, I was itching to come back because I love the area so much.
Experiential learning here is beyond all of my expectations. It has really blown me away with projects that are fun and exciting and all the outdoor activities that we've done.
My financial aid process was very smooth. My freshman year I came in worry-free, which was amazing because it allowed me to focus on my academics and focus on finding my place here at Brevard.
In Brevard, there's all kinds of things to do, whether it be go up into downtown and look at all the shops, or go up to any of the national forests and hike, camp, anything like that. And that's what I'm into, the hiking, camping, backpacking, the biking.
There's a lot to do outside. It's probably one of the prettiest places on the earth. And to come to somewhere where it's such a tight-knit community, where everybody has your back, I mean, you're not going to find that anywhere else at bigger schools.
I like to go hang out in the coffee shop, sit outside at the picnic tables, maybe do a little bit of homework there, and just socialize because there's always somebody that I know there.
Brevard does make it easy to come here. The admission process is very simple.
Scholarship day, I came and they had everything figured out for me, and I sat down with the advisor and it was super simple.
I love the faculty. I love the staff. I love the experiential education. So many things speak to me. It screams my home away from home. It's just a great feeling to be on campus, which is why I've decided this is where I'm going to be, this is where I want to graduate, this is where I want my degree to come from.
The Brevard College Wilderness Leadership and Experiential Education program is the most distinctive in the nation. I think one of the reasons why is because it is so focused on experiential education in addition to the outdoor education component. They are developing their leadership skills out in the field with each other.
My internship was on Schooner Lynx. She's a 122-foot topsail schooner. She's a replica of an 1812 privateer. My job on Lynx this summer was a deckhand, and because of the skills that I've learned at Brevard College, such as program planning and lesson planning and different techniques to teaching to different ages and different types of people, I was promoted to the job of educator. This summer, my professor, John Buford, knew that I'd be at sea quite a bit, and he really worked with me. And when I would come into port, I would call him, he would always answer. He was really quick to respond with my emails, and not just to say, I got your email, but he would talk about what was going on and ask me questions. And it was really cool to have somebody like that to support me for the summer and really help me succeed.
You should come to Brevard College in the Wilderness Leadership and Experiential Education program because you will become a leader, a strong, ethical leader. And that can be applied to any field, anywhere you go, whatever you do in your professional career. And it'll be a whole lot of fun as you learn those skills.
Anybody who is interested in leadership skills and outdoor skills should definitely think about Brevard. It's an incredible place and a great place to be a part of.
Before I got to Brevard College, I didn't know what experiential learning even was. We have all the rivers, Pisgah National Forest, DuPont State Forest, just all the resources are around us. So the location is why environmental studies is so great here.
With experiential learning, it's not always field-based. We do quite a few things in the lab as well, so you get opportunities to do hands-on research in the lab. But whenever possible, when you can get outdoors and see what's actually happening, it's different based on the conditions that are outdoors, and you can never predict those. So a day that it's raining and cold, you're going to see different activity levels among the animals and plants than if it's a day that's sunny and warm. The courses that I teach are all based in the outdoors. My specialty is biodiversity, so I teach a course in biodiversity, but I also teach courses that are unique to the area that are called Plants and Animals of the Southern Appalachians. Here at Brevard College, one of the things that we do really well is interact with these students who are undergraduates in a way that prepares them for graduate programs. That's what we can do at Brevard College. We can get these students who are interested in a particular area, help them find a path that is tying together their interest with what our background, the backgrounds of the professors can do, and then position that student in a way that few undergraduates can be positioned to go on to a graduate program or to go directly into the field.
So back in action here at Savannah Hill on the campus of Brevard College, joined by professional cyclist and Brevard College alumnus Carson Beckett. And the heats are now underway officially for this dual slalom competition after qualifying concluded about a half hour ago. Carson, what can we expect as we head into this portion of the dual slalom competition?
Yeah, so depending on how many they qualified. Normally they'll qualify them in like heats of, if they have enough, they'll do 32. If not, they'll cut it down to 16. So now they're starting their head-to-head heats where they qualify to move. Well, whoever wins that heat, they'll move into the next one. So each one, let's say rider A is taking the blue lane, and rider B's on the red. They'll race, and then next time they get up there, they'll switch lanes and do it, and then whoever had the lowest cumulative time will move on.
And then, of course, the rider who is eliminated in that round, their day's over. Yep. The round in the bracket continues to narrow until we get to those final two riders.
Yeah, exactly. And, once you get down to the last three waves, anyone can win there. They're all going to be within hundreds of a second of each other, so it's just they're pushing it. And then at that point, it'll get really fast.
Well, we mentioned .RV and their support in our timing and scoring systems. Carson, would love for you to educate our audience a little bit on, that whole side of things. The riders have been stopping by getting what's known as race chips, either, at the start of their day or dropping them off as their day concludes. Can you describe the timing and scoring system for us?
Yeah, so this one is, there's like wiring basically, sensors on the ground at the top and the bottom, I believe. And how it works is, they've got chips strapped to their bikes, most of them, and so what it does is it picks that sensor up at the top and the bottom, and then they'll have a finishing time. And a lot of races will have them built into their number plates too, and they're just like in the number plates, so you don't have to have an extra chip.
Yeah, and without the chip, it'd be almost impossible to get these exact time set, especially, as you said, when it comes down to hundredths of a second.
Yeah, slalom and downhill, especially, cross country and short track, it's pretty easy. You could do that on pen and paper, but with slalom and downhill, it comes down to, a thousandth of a second if it has to. Especially with slalom, when they're going to head, you may have rider A win the first heat and rider B win the second, but to know the time difference would, it'd be impossible.
So you're watching dual slalom action here at Savannah Hill on the campus of Brevard College. It's been a fabulous weekend of collegiate mountain biking, the Brevard College Ride Canuga Mountain Bike Race Weekend. Yesterday's action at Ride Canuga, 1249 Canuga Lake Road in Hendersonville, North Carolina, ridecanuga.com. A lot of exciting options for mountain bike enthusiasts down the road at Ride Canuga, and appreciate them hosting yesterday's activity. Then we brought today's activity on campus. It's been over 5 years since there's been any sort of racing here on the Brevard College campus. Not unprecedented, but it's been quite a while. So great to have a race back here. And I know the team put in a lot of time to get these trails in working order. Not only the short track course that we saw in action earlier today, but the man hours involved in the dual slalom course. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears put into that course, and now racers from 20 different colleges enjoying it this afternoon.
Yeah, slalom too. I mean, with the short track stuff, you can cut that into the woods and ride it in a good bit, and it's fine. But with slalom, to have a really high quality slalom track with good berms that are that are, those guys went through it, and a lot of these kids know how to build this stuff, so they went through it and, kind of designed and laid it out and figured out how to make the berms certain, how long, how wide, how sharp. So yeah, they put a lot of hours into this and packed it down, watered it, packed it down some more, wrote it, packed it down, watered it, and they'll continue to work on it as the day goes to keep it together.
And trail design and, the actual construction of the trails and the maintenance of the trails, there's a whole cottage industry in that as well.
Yeah, definitely. And, Brevard's seeing a lot of its old school kind of historical trails are being redone now. And Pisgah's naturally been really raw. And that's cool. And it kind of it has its own personality. But as the years go by, the water and stuff erodes it to where it's just super unsustainable. So there's a local guy that's been doing a lot of trail rebuilding and machine work stuff where they literally take a machine and cut it down perfectly. And I think it's good for the long term, especially as Brevard grows in popularity. We're getting more use of the trails. Thousands of wheels a day over this stuff. So yeah, it's cool. And there's a whole art and kind of a whole art of trail building.
And I know a lot of repair has been being done in Pisgah National Forest. Might take a few months to get things back where they need to be in a lot of regards after that big tropical storm Fred came through and created a lot of flooding situations.
Yeah, it was insane actually. I've been here for 4 or 5 years and seen some floods that were pretty bad, but nothing to the magnitude of that one. There's parts of Pisgah that'll never be the same. It was so bad. It was, it's changed the way the river flows in certain areas. And back in the fish hatchery where normally the water's a couple feet deep, it was, they measured it at over 14 feet, like over the bridge into the hatchery. So it's insane. There's some trail damage and some stuff like that too, but it's definitely taken a toll.
And any prospective students may be interested in this kind of thing, be sure to check out the Wilderness Leadership and Experiential Education Program, also known as the WILLY program here at Brevard College, one of the top ones in the country. And certainly forestry, the trails, whether they be for mountain bike or for hiking, just that whole world of the national park system, the state parks, you name it. If you like the outdoors, the WILLY program's a great one for you. So as dual slalom competition continues here, noticing anything in these first few runs down the track, Carson?
Nothing yet. So it looks like they're qualifying men's C first. So they're going to rip through those guys pretty quick and then probably move on and keep everyone kind of on the same bracket. So like maybe round of 16, then 8, then 4. And the men's C... top 2 guys are at 13, just sub 13 right now, seconds. So, right in line with the Bs there. But, it'll pick up for sure.
Braden Butler and also Carlton Halford from Lindsey Wilson, a couple of the top riders in dual slalom men's C. Brevard College's Philip Ford and Ryan Johnson, along with Kyle McDonald and Dylan Richardson and Matthew Zuniga, all running in this category. 33 total racers registered for the dual slalom men's C competition. Well, be sure to check out the official home of Brevard College Athletics, www.bctornadoes.com. Be sure to follow the Tornadoes on social media at BC Tornadoes, either on Twitter or Instagram. Also, be sure to like the Brevard College Tornado Athletics Facebook page. And you're probably watching this broadcast right now on the YouTube channel. So if you haven't done so already, hit subscribe, hit that little bell, and that way you'll receive all the notifications when we go live with Tornadoes Athletics action. So really appreciate you joining us. This is a little unprecedented for us as far as a media presentation, bringing you collegiate mountain bike action, but appreciate everybody who helped behind the scenes to help us bring you this action. Joseph Marvin and Ethan Thompson doing yeoman's work as our crack staff.
Philip Ford looks like he is now in the current hot seat as far as men's slalom. So Philip of Brevard with a 12.3 and James Adams of Auburn also with a 12.3, but yeah, must be hundredths of a second faster or so. So laying down some fast times.
Philip Ford out of Fort Mill, South Carolina, Legion Collegiate Academy, where he did his high school work. Overall, it's been pretty clean as far as these trips down the hill.
Yeah, no, it's clean right now. These guys are, I mean, they're definitely going for it, but more than anything, like they're trying to just secure a spot into the next round. But when they start really pushing it for the podium spots later in the day, there'll definitely be some big crashes. I'm assuming, not hoping for, but just assuming, because they, that's when they really start to push it and start to try to get everything they can out of these corners.
Well, Carson, we touched on the upcoming schedule a little bit for the Tornadoes and, basically for a bunch of these schools who are all in the SECCC. And next weekend at East Tennessee State University in the Bristol, Johnson City, Tri-Cities area of Virginia and Tennessee, and then Lindsey Wilson College on the 25th and 26th, and then at the SECCC Championship at Beach Mountain in Banner Elk, North Carolina, hosted by Lise McRae. I'm sure you've got some memories of some of those locations.
Definitely, yep. You revisit the same spots kind of over and over, but Lise McRae was always one of my favorites. It was one of the more technical courses, pretty raw, and they have a lot of like rhododendron forests and stuff that they use for the XC stuff in the downhill, and I loved it because it was one of the most technical ones, and you don't normally get that with collegiate. So, yeah, that one's challenging, definitely.
And then the Collegiate Mountain Bike National Championships, we've been talking about that all broadcast October 14th through 17th in Durango, Colorado. Then before you know it, cyclocross season. For viewers who might not even know what we're talking about when we mention the word cyclocross, can you give us sort of the layman's education on it?
It developed in Europe, and it's a weird hybrid sport of like essentially riding road bikes on like technical terrain and slopes and grass and stuff. But it also involves features where you have to get off and like dismount and carry your bike over things. So typically they'll like run them up a set of staircases or have to jump over barriers or like do these really awkward, super tight turns. So yeah, it's a super interesting sport. It's in the winter. It's short, normally like an hour, but typically in a pretty small area, grassy field with some features. It's always muddy, and they'll typically have some barriers and stairs that they have to run up with the bikes. So it makes it a pretty interesting sport. Huge in Europe for sure.
And we talked about earlier the North Carolina cyclocross group, one of the better ones, in the country, and has that outstanding race on an annual basis in Hendersonville.
Yeah, Hendersonville's got a big one, and they have the UCI, one of the UCI events. So UCI is like the international governing body of races, and if it's a UCI event, that means you're getting points for like essentially a world ranking World Series event. So that attracts some really big names. And yeah, they have that in Hendersonville every year, and we'll go over there and rip it up. And could snow, could rain, it could be sunny, but it's a good time.
Then following cyclocross season, we head into the road portion of the collegiate season in the springtime as the road racing gets underway. But several of the Brevard College Tornado student athletes participate in all three disciplines.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. And it's different from other sports because, most of the time someone that comes here for soccer, they may have like a summer travel league, I guess, but most of the kids here are on their own independent team outside of this. So like they could be racing collegiate, and the next weekend going somewhere across the country to race as well, individually or independent of the school. We've got some kids in some road races and doing a little bit of everything.
So unique, collegiate cycling compared to, as you said, the typical NCAA sports, whereby a student athlete can have a professional career. They can have sponsors, even though that's changing in the NCAA with name, image, and likeness. But, the cycling student athlete, yes, they compete collegiately, but, especially on the elite levels, a lot of them have so much going on, even in a professional career at that college age.
Yeah, it's unique because you could be going to school here and have a professional contract at the same time, and they're just independent basically of each other. And it's been really interesting in that sense to see how it evolves and how it is a school-funded sport, but it's also independent in its own way and not NCAA. So, yeah.
And as a alum, there's so many benefits, though, to competing on a collegiate team. That camaraderie of your teammates, representing, your college, all over the country and competing for a national championship. A varsity collegiate program really provides a student athlete with a well-rounded experience in cycling.
Yeah, absolutely. And you get to do a little bit of everything. It takes the pressure off too. A lot of the times these kids will spend all summer targeting big level, high caliber events, and then they come to school in the fall, and they're still treating this with respect and going for it, but at the same time it's like a bit of a way to depressurize from the whole year and to focus on like having a bit more fun with the friends and doing a little bit of everything.
Yeah, that student athlete experience, especially on a small campus like here at Brevard College, is very worthwhile regardless of sport, and 19 sports offered here at Brevard College. So these heats continue in dual slalom, men's C competition.
Yeah, so they'll start to pair them up essentially, and looks like they're doing 16. So the 1 seed will go against the 16, the 2 against the 15, 3 against 14, so on. So that's where the guys that are running fast, it pays off because they get to go against a bit slower athletes of the day and more chance of moving on. If you're somewhere in the middle, didn't have a good run, or just kind of going fast, the middle's the hardest section because you're the most evenly matched, essentially.
And in terms of the actual time down this course, what are you seeing as the number that a lot of these guys are trying to hit?
For the C guys, it looks like a 12 flat will probably be the faster race times. B's will be under that, and then I think we'll see sub 11 for the A's. It's pretty crazy the difference, but a lot of these A guys, that's what they focus on. So they're all they're going to be pretty dialed into this type of event.
Well, next set of riders at the starting gate.
Looks like Matthew from Brevard College and a Piedmont rider. Matthew taking the win on that one.
Yeah, nicely done there. Matthew Zuniga of Brevard College. Zuniga, the sophomore from Exton, Pennsylvania, Downington East High School. majoring in wilderness leadership and experiential education. We mentioned the Willie program also, but actually a double major going also for business and organizational leadership. So Matthew putting himself in position to collecting a couple of degrees in a couple years from here at Brevard College. Well, just a beautiful afternoon here on the campus of Brevard College in the mountains of western North Carolina as dual slalom action continues here as part of the Brevard College Ride Canoga Mountain Bike Race Weekend. Next set of riders heading down the course. Do want to once again thank all of our sponsors, especially Dodd RV for their assistance in the timing and scoring systems for this race. As next set of riders head out of the start gate. Wahoo Fitness, Landscape Design Company, Gulo Composites, Sully Steamers, Sycamore Cycles, M&M Labs, Dodd RV, North Carolina Cyclocross, iDream Foundation, and Brevard Insurance, sponsors of Brevard College Cycling.
And I believe this year we're going to see a lot more like high school riders coming up for some of these races, because I'm fairly certain now in the men's C category and the women's C category, they're allowing like high school or outside racers essentially to race into those. So gives them a taste of the collegiate experience, and you know, they can race. And a lot of the times we'll see some pretty phenomenal athletes in there in the C category that aren't a part of a college, but just here to race.
Yeah, we have seen a handful of riders, you know, not attached to any particular college, so that very well may be the case.
Which is another interesting, like in basketball or soccer, you would never have a kid come up from high school and just hop in a team. So it's unique too. You know, they're getting good experience beforehand.
Yeah, I think we actually met a couple of those riders. They just kind of rolled up here to our broadcast location and said, "Hey, where do I sign up?"
Yeah, it's sweet. It's good. And I advocate too. Like, I've had some athletes that I coach asking about coming to them, and I definitely suggest it if they have a free weekend. It's also a good chance to network with the coaches.
Well, by latest count, approximately 160 total riders in this event, as two of those riders taking on this dual slalom course. Looks like a Brevard winner of that heat.
Looks like Carter Simmons for Brevard taking that heat. And I believe they'll have one more where they switch lanes, and then we'll have a bracket of 8 after that. Current times to beat are 13 flat, so that's Braden Butler, and looks like Carter Simmons tied for 13 flat.
Carter Simmons, the junior out of Chattanooga, Tennessee, Chattanooga Christian School. By the way, we mentioned the grand total of 20 colleges represented at this event. App State, Auburn University, Belmont Abbey, the host Brevard College, Clemson, East Tennessee, Furman, Georgia Tech, Kennesaw State, Lees-McRae, Milligan, Piedmont, SCAD Savannah, University of Florida, Truett McConnell, University of Georgia, University of South Carolina, Tennessee, Warren Wilson, and Western Carolina University.
So looks like James Adams of Auburn laying down now the fastest time in the men's C of a 12.2, 12 seconds, 0.2. So that'll be a fast one for sure for the C group, right around the 12 mark. Looks like Philip Ford, Brevard College freshman, is going to take that win and move on to the next heat. I believe that was their second matchup. So,
yeah, Ford really got a big jump on his opponent on that trip down the trail.
Yeah, and he's at a 12.5 for that one. So, him and James will be, and then Braden Butler, of course, will be some guys running fast for those final heats.
Dual slalom men's C competition continuing here on the campus of Brevard College. Looks like a tight matchup here. As the field continues to narrow here in dual slalom men's C.
Slalom is tricky because, I mean, you have to get in pedal strokes if you want to go faster, but you're pretty limited on where you can do that. Normally it's at the top and the end, and in between is kind of hard to do that, but you'll notice some of the more elite guys, as we get into the A's, will be able to fit in pedal strokes where you didn't think you could, and they'll pretty much accelerate all the way down the track. Dual slalom men's C competition continuing here.
Savannah Hill on the campus of Brevard College. Home of a few holes of a renowned disc golf course as well. Playing disc golf back 9 right around these parts. Accident there, but looks like the rider's right back up and running.
So in that case, the way the rules work for slalom, if you crash, they give you kind of the benefit of, you know, they're not going to take your total time because you'll just have no chance at all at making that up. So what they do is a maximum penalty of 2.5 seconds. So the biggest gap you could have in slalom is 2.5 seconds. And that kind of gives everybody the chance to, you know, if next round the other person crashes or has an issue, it kind of evens the playing field out.
Continuing to whittle down the field here in dual slalom men's C competition.
So it looks like Carlton Halford of Auburn put down a 12.1. So that's the new fastest for the men's C. 12.1, James Adams with a 12.2, Philip Ford with a 12.5.
So you're watching dual slalom action. Men's A category taking some runs down the course. So men's A competition continuing here. Dual slalom. Glad you're able to join us this afternoon. We'll be on the air for about another half hour or so on the YouTube channel.
So we've got 5 rounds under the way, it looks like. I'm going on 6 now, and the current times leading the men's A is Michael First of Lees McRae with 11.3, Watt Hackney Brevard with 11.5, and Tyler Orschel with 11.6. So yeah, these guys are already, you know, in the first round of qualifiers. They're over a second faster running over the men's C so far. So these are going to pick up speed for sure.
See names such as Tyler Orschel and Owen Clark of Brevard College as well. Adam Kluge. Jack Brown in this dual slalom men's A category as well.
Yeah, and guys like Jack that, you know, are targeting this, he's pretty confident. He's just going to take his time kind of figuring the course out in these first couple rounds. He knows he's fairly confident with moving on, so he's not going to push it a ton to save energy. He's just going to try to figure the track out, and then, you know, really he's going to turn it on later in the rounds.
So dual slalom men's A continuing here on campus of Brevard College. Well, really happy you've been able to join us for all the action as we continue to follow this dual slalom competition. Just want to take you through some of the results once again, as this looks like a highly competitive drag race between these two.
So that, let's see here. We got Cameron Mader with Brevard now putting down the fastest with an 11.1, and then Michael First of Lees McRae with an 11.3 in second now. And these, I mean, these are all kind of relative because these guys are just matched against who they're matched with at the time, but you know, that'll kind of give you an indication of who's going to be fighting for the title later in the day.
Cameron Mader out of Virginia. Well, if you're just joining us, we had podium ceremonies for all the action yesterday. As a bit of a miscue there, about halfway down the track. Good to see the rider bounce right back up there. So yesterday at Ride Canoga, men's A cross-country competition, Brevard College just absolutely dominant, sweeping the first 6 positions. Tyler Clark with the win, Simon Donaway second, Owen Clark third. This is the downhill yesterday, men's collegiate A. Top 6, the sweep. Jack Brown finished 4th, Cameron Mader 5th, and Watt Hackney 6th. That's men's collegiate A downhill yesterday at Ride Canoga. Men's collegiate B downhill, Bryant Bowl with the win. The sophomore out of Birmingham, Alabama. Jake Hutchinson out of Truett McConnell finished 2nd. Jarrett Golub out of Lees McRae finished 3rd. Downhill, women's collegiate A, Erica Leonard of the Tornadoes taking the win. Maria Jose Montoya Talavera from Piedmont finished 2nd. And Sierra Sims finished 3rd. Sims out of the University of Tennessee. Men's C downhill, Philip Ford of Brevard College with the win. Sky Resnick of Warren Wilson 2nd. Matthew Zaniga 3rd. Women's collegiate B downhill yesterday. Gracie Dean takes the win. Zoe Ekman of Lees McRae finishes 2nd, and Madison Rails of Lees McRae finishes 3rd. And women's collegiate C competition downhill yesterday at Ride Canoga. Brenna Griggs of Truett McConnell 1st, Madison Altman of Brevard College 2nd. Cross-country action yesterday at Ride Canoga. Men's collegiate A, we talked about the big 1 through 6 sweep in men's A downhill. Well, the Tornadoes did the same in men's collegiate A cross-country. Tyler Orschel 1st, Tyler Miranda 2nd, Tyler Clark 3rd. So the Tylers with a 1, 2, 3 podium. Philip Ford 4th and Owen Clark 5th. Andrew Strohmeyer of Lees McRae finished 6th in men's cross-country A. Women's cross-country A, Margie Bemis of Milligan, Sierra Sims of Tennessee, and Zoe Ekman of Lees McRae, 1, 2, 3. Women's collegiate B cross-country. Yesterday from Ride Canoga, Heidi Martin, Katie Prowl, and Madison Wall, 1, 2, 3. Martin out of Lees McRae. Women's collegiate C, Lily Derry of Warren Wilson with the win. Isabel Weinberg 2nd, and Josie Funderburk 3rd. Josie out of Warren Wilson as well. Men's collegiate B cross country, Cameron Locklear, Levi Cole, and Dylan Richardson, 1, 2, 3. Locklear out of Lees McRae, Dylan Richardson out of Brevard College. And men's collegiate C, Zach Zients of Warren Wilson takes the win. 2nd place, Will Davidson of Truett McConnell, and 3rd place, Sam Rideout of Piedmont. Now this morning, we held short track cross-country competition. Men's collegiate C, Zachary Zients of Warren Wilson with the win, Sam Rideout of Piedmont 2nd, and Chaligan Strickland of Kennesaw State 3rd. Women's collegiate B cross-country on the short track here at Savannah Hill. Heidi Martin of Lees McRae with the win, Madison Wall 2nd, Madison Wyatt 3rd. Women's collegiate C, Isabel Weinberg of Lees McRae with the win, Lily Derry of Warren Wilson 2nd, and Josie Funderburk of Warren Wilson 3rd. Men's collegiate B short track, Hunter Root of the South Carolina Gamecocks finishes 1st, Cameron Locklear of Lees McRae 2nd, Dylan Richardson of Brevard College 3rd. Men's collegiate A, we brought you this action just after 10 a.m. Eastern Time. And Tyler Orschel takes the win. Tyler Clark second, Andrew Strohmeyer third, Owen Clark of Brevard College fourth, Michael Stocker of Lees McRae fifth, Tyler Miranda sixth. Miranda out of BC. And Women's Collegiate A, Margie Bemis of Milligan in first place, Sierra Sims of Tennessee in second, and Erica Leonard third out of Brevard College. Hannah Dixon of BC finished fourth. Nina Machnowski of BC finished seventh. Carmen Chirino Holsund, also Brevard College, placing 15th in Women's Collegiate A short track. And you're now watching heats continue to roll off of dual slalom. As we're seeing multiple categories on the men's side. Noticing anything new here, Carson?
So, nothing new. We had the men A go, though, and the fastest guys were just hovering above 11 seconds. So we got a group of 16 all seated up. And now they're moving on to seed the top 16 of the men's B. Looks like they have 18 in that total, so there'll be one round of guys that don't make it through. But, yeah, Anthony Bowman of Lees McRae putting down an 11.4, which is, right in there at third place, essentially, in the men's A. So that's a fast time.
Well, we've been blessed with gorgeous weather throughout the day, a cool start to the morning. I'm sure those cooler temperatures were appreciated by the short track cross-country racers. And I'd imagine these are pretty good conditions for dual slalom, correct, Carson?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if it's super hot and dry, this course gets so much use, it'll dry out and get loose. But they'll probably be watering it down a good bit before the finals. Essentially, they make it tight and nice and tidy again before they go into the last rounds. But yeah, definitely nice. Definitely not that hot, honestly, and yeah, it's been really good weather. So they'll roll through the men's B, get them seated with 16, and then work their way back through and go with, for a round of 8 with all 3 groups, which will be a big cut, and then run back through a round of 4, and then they'll go to the finals for all of them. And then we'll move on to the women.
So before I let you go, Carson, do you just want to kind of reflect a little more, since you're a recent grad, on sort of just the experience as a Brevard College Tornado member of the cycling team? A day in the life of a Brevard College Tornado cycling student athlete. I mean, you guys have access to mountain bike trails. Literally, you could roll out of your dorm room and, get to where you need to be. Reflecting back on your experience here on campus, what comes to mind as far as, sort of the benefits of being a Tornado cycling student athlete?
Yeah, like you said, we would roll from the dorm, get dressed and kitted up, as we call it, and leave from here and hit a bike path. And, I mean, you can take the bike path into the forest and be at trailheads in 20 minutes. So I loved that, and I always lived for, being like cyclists are pretty like interdependent and sort of make their own schedules. So I always lived for, like, if I had a, noon class, I just loved like the feeling of like, all right, I'm going to wake up and go knock out this like workout before class or after. And we always had team events. So I lived for that. And I lived for the fall season too. I loved waking up at 4 a.m. or something. It's like dark out, hopping in the van, eating oatmeal all together, and we would drive to, somewhere in the southeast and race all weekend and come back and get back to the school grind. But it was such a high, having those weekends of 4 or 5 events to do, and everyone's just having fun. And so I loved it. Yeah, I loved it, and it was a super good experience.
And then the excitement of going to the national championships, that's got to be an experience of its own.
Yeah, that too. I mean, some of us are used to traveling as far as that goes for races, but it's different in the fall when you're like about to go somewhere and get on a plane or get in a van with, all the kids from the school. It's just a different feeling all heading out to a big national championship together. You're not like flying out to meet your team by yourself, and it's really high stress. It was just a really fun experience. And during my time, we drove to Snowshoe 1 year, went to Missoula, Montana 2 years, and then the last year we were in Big Bear, California. So you get to see a lot of different places too.
Yeah, but what an experience. Back to this location at Brevard College, you mentioned Pisgah National Forest. Also, DuPont, the state forest not too far away, and lots of opportunities there as well.
Yeah, DuPont's super unique because it's very accessible. You can spend 2 hours there and ride, a dozen different trails. Pisgah's a little different. It's a little more out of reach. Like, you've got to kind of have some fitness to be able to get out and hit 2 or 3 different trails. Just bigger terrain. It's more spread out. DuPont, you can ride anything from fun flow trails to technical granite, domes essentially, and it's really diverse. So it's cool. I go there a lot now because I live to where I can ride there in 20 minutes. So I've been in DuPont quite a bit versus Pisgah, and it's neat too. This area has been getting pretty popular on the weekends, and starts creeping up to Thursdays and Wednesdays. They're getting busier, but to be here on a weekday, when you live here and you can go out and hit a trail and like not see anyone, it's pretty sweet, to kind of claim that.
And then from the road standpoint and also gravel, all sorts of opportunities for those forms of cycling.
Yeah, the road riding's phenomenal here. It comes with the terrain. Like, trails are good, but the roads, when you've got mountains that go up to nearly 6,000 feet around here, you can climb for an hour, hour and a half, or you can do shorter roads. And we have flat stuff down by the French Broad, all the stuff that floods. But so we've got a little bit of everything. You're not like closed off to like really steep terrain or just closed off to really flat roads and busy roads. Yeah, it's really the whole package, honestly, and you can link it all together.
And you can take a pit stop on some of those wonderful views up in the Blue Ridge Parkway. Yeah,
the views on the Parkway, I love when it closes down because you can ride it. And that's when like in the winter, I call it the Blue Ridge Greenway because, they close it to cars and you can ride it, and you've got an entire road to yourself. And it's awesome. There's also like little springs all across the way, so if you run out of water, typically you can find something shooting off the mountain, fill a bottle.
And Transylvania County, known as the land of the waterfalls, so if you need to cool off, you can, literally jump in one of these swimming holes around here.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's notorious for having river crossings too. Most of them have bridges, but back before it became really popular, I know a lot of Pisgah had river crossings where you'd have to wade through to get to the other side of the trail. So it was like some real hard man country stuff, but I love it. It's got some really rich history and with the Biltmores and all of that. So it's interesting to look into.
Yeah, proximity to Asheville, North Carolina, not too far even to, bigger cities like Charlotte or Atlanta as well. Just an ideal spot for a student athlete. Brevard College in Brevard, North Carolina. Sure, check us out. bctornadoes.com for all your athletics information. Brevard.edu, the official website of the college. Dual slalom competition continuing as we're rolling through these men's heats. Well, it was great to have President David Joyce on the program. Once again, we wish him all the best in retirement and back to that location. He's going to stick around here in the Brevard area where he can continue to ride that mountain bike of his. Sound like he had quite an arsenal of equipment in his garage you were mentioning, Carson.
Yeah, definitely. It was fun. First time here, we're like meeting the president. My parents are in the garage getting a tour. So, and he's always been a big supporter and making sure the cyclists feel at home. Because, I mean, it is a pretty niche sport. A lot of the times people either like are super fans of it or don't really care about it at all. So with it being such a niche sport, he's really taking care of us.
Yeah, Brevard College, one of the elite cycling programs in the country, 10-time national champion. Also home of a climbing program, rock climbing team, and Brevard, the first varsity climbing program in the nation. Well, as they continue to get ready for the next round of heats on the top of Savannah Hill, do want to thank our sponsors once again. Timing this weekend provided by Dodd RV. To check them out, go to doddrv.com. Also want to thank Wahoo Fitness, an official sponsor of Brevard College Cycling, along with the other official sponsors, landscape design company, Gulo Composites, Sully Steamers. Again, thank you, Sully Steamers, for feeding our crew this afternoon. Carson and I enjoyed Vulcans from the Sully Steamers menu. Not only tasty, but just packed with healthy nutrients. Our producer, Ethan Thompson, went with the Hello Newman. Pastrami, sprouts, and Munster cheese. So Ethan going with the Hello Newman, sort of a Seinfeld, take on things. Well, want to tip the hat to head coach Brad Purley, assistant coach Cypress Gorey. The great work they do with these Brevard College student athletes as the coaches of the cycling program, but also just all the effort that was put forth in putting together this event. A lot of logistics, a lot of details as the host of a collegiate mountain bike weekend. And want to thank those good folks over at Ride Canoga as well for hosting Saturday. And really between Ride Canoga and then this setup here at Brevard College makes for a compelling weekend, as far as that combination of facilities.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you could host everything at Canoga and almost everything here too. But Canoga's just got every type of trail, and so it's been really cool to see the school partner with them. I mean, they can run, like we were talking about, full on really technical downhill courses, and then they allowed them to race the XC there as well, and then come over here for kind of the easier events as far as landscape goes, the short track around campus and the dual slalom here as well. And Canoga's it's been really cool to see it develop. yeah, it's a huge resource. And when you've got guys that are professional downhill racers designing it, it's hard to go wrong.
1249 Canoga Lake Road in Henderson, North Carolina, top of the line trail destination. Founded by world champion downhill racer Nico Mulally, and I know he's really involved there a lot of the time.
Yeah, Nico is, and he's also single-handedly kind of put on some international level downhill races at Windrock in Tennessee. And so, he's been really active in getting, some more spotlight over here and putting some events on. And even during a COVID year when nothing was happening, he made some events happen, and people were super grateful. And it's brought people from overseas, over here in March. He puts on the Windrock one, and guys come from overseas to test their equipment. So,
well, with this latest pairing, you hear the crowd make some noise on the top of Savannah Hill as two Brevard College Tornadoes going at it. Yeah, check it out at ridecanoga.com. So appreciate their hospitality. Other sponsors of Brevard College Cycling: Sycamore Cycles, M&M Labs, Dodd RV, North Carolina Cyclocross, iDream Foundation, and Brevard Insurance. We thank all of them for their support of Brevard College Cycling as the dual slalom competition continues.
Men's C rolling through, I guess, to the round of 8 now. And sometimes, just by the unfortunate hand of luck, you get paired based on your timing with a teammate, and that's kind of a bummer when you get to nationals because you can knock out teammates. The more people you have in the event, the better chances of getting team points, but if you knock each other out because you get paired, it's kind of a bummer. So Ryan Johnson with Kyle McDonald, both 13 flats. Matthew Zaniga at 13.3, paired with Conley Willem, I believe, of Piedmont. Looks like a high school athlete, Braden Butler, with the new fastest for men's C of a 12.2. Looks like for Min C, we're cracking that 12-second now as they kind of get into these faster heats. So kind of bringing those times down.
All right, as we continue to watch dual slalom action coming down the home stretch of our broadcast here, Carson, it's been great to have you on the show all day. Really appreciate your work, and hope it's been a lot of fun for you as well coming back here as a alum of Brevard College.
Yeah, on the other side of the fence now. It's interesting to commentate and look at these things instead of doing it.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to talk some mountain biking again before too long here, and just want to thank everybody who made today's broadcast possible. All the great work behind the scenes, guys like Ethan Thompson and Joseph Marvin, Jamarcus Walker. A lot of success this weekend for the Tornadoes throughout the competition. All sorts of podium finishes, a couple sweeps of some podiums. Coach Brad Purley and Cypress Gorey have to be happy not only with the team's performance but also with the execution of the event.
Yeah. I mean, it's been pretty flawless, honestly, as far as collegiate events go. Like, normally you can expect some hiccups and delays and all kinds of things going wrong, but these guys have put it on pretty seamlessly, so I'm sure they're proud. And yeah, it's been a great event here.
Well, thanks again for all your help, Carson, and for everyone who helped out behind the scenes to make this Brevard College Ride Cayuga Mountain Bike Race Weekend a reality. Thank you, President David Joyce, for joining the show as well. We'll see you at our next broadcast of Brevard College Tornado Athletics. We have soccer on Tuesday right here on this YouTube channel. Once again, thank you for joining us for this special edition of Brevard College Tornado Athletics, the Brevard College Ride Cayuga Mountain Bike Weekend. Go Tornadoes!